T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now on ascent. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Last night I had the strangest dream. I sailed away to China in a little rowboat to find you. I knew another girl like you. I will tell her, never want another girl like you. Have to say, oh, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down.
At the intersection of what is and what can be, our stories are written. It's where decisions are made and lives are ultimately defined. In which way you go when staring at this fork in the road can mean everything. Maybe you go left, take the easy path, minimal upside, minimal downside, proven and tangible. It gives immediate identity, but also brings with it some degree of regret, not because you won't like who you are, but because you'll never know what you could have been. Maybe you can't live with that. Maybe you go right. Let's say you roll the dice, dream chaser, eyes fixated on the horizon, moving toward it, soon to realize that the world you live in will bring you to your knees faster than you can blink. That uncertainty hurts, that effort without immediate validation is pain, and that the road less traveled is less traveled because of the difficulty associated with it. And now you have a very important question to ask yourself. Do you have what it takes? Can you see the big picture when the sky appears to be falling down around you? When all it takes is to backpedal and be comfortable again, to take the other road, to return to what you knew, can you still move forward? See, it's a funny thing when you're in pain, it becomes very easy to forget why you began. The pragmatic human brain sees discomfort as a problem and it wants it gone immediately. People don't give up because they're cowards. They don't quit because they don't have what it takes. They give up because they can no longer see the big picture. They forgot why they started. When all you see is directly in front of you, you lose the ability to see your finish line. When you're at a crossroad, you have to know this. If you take the hard road, you are betting on the future at the expense of the present. Dreams are a sacrifice. They're not some fluffy concept invented to prop you up after a hard day. Sure, they're the top of the mountain, but they're also the bottom. They're the dirt, the rocks, the scratching, the clawing. They're what people don't see. The chapters that are not read aloud. And when you're in it, when you are truly in it, uncertainty needs to be embraced like it's the wind to your sails. You signed that dotted line for a reason, because you can see past the immediate, the now. Because to get to the top, you start at the ground floor and you elevate past every single level that stands between you and your dream. Now will not intimidate or discourage because you are bigger than right now. You are the pages unwritten. And you did what so few people are willing to do. You didn't look at the pen, you picked it up. Now write. Write a story for the ages.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, we screw the edgies. I can't even hold it in. we screw them. Oh man, sweet mother of volume. 277.63 thousand shares having been traded so far. Yes, it was a doubleheader this morning, guys. If that doesn't get you pumped up, I don't know what will. It's good to see you. I hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I I joked about wrapping myself in bubble wrap because I seem to have these mishaps just before I have these events of grandeur, like breaking the mug before meeting Adam Aaron, and I forgot what the other one was, but I was making carnitas this weekend, and I was chopping up the cilantro that we were putting in for the lime rice, and as I was chopping it up, my finger got in the way, of course, and but luckily the knife hit the nail, so I was all good. Nothing happened really bad with that. So I skated defeat. So I kept on going, and I was chopping that cilantro. I just kept on going. I was like, all right, well, we'll just keep on chopping here. No bubble wrap for me. And then shortly thereafter, I was walking to my laundry room to get something out of the laundry room, and I stepped on something, and it hurt really bad, and it felt like a Lego, like I'd stepped on a Lego or something. And we have a little settling going on in our house right now, so there's a crack in our floor, and I have tile floor, and I had stepped on that crack apparently, and right in my heel, a piece of tile had splintered off and stabbed right into the base of my heel, and so it hurt pretty bad. So I looked over. I thought it was dog food at first, like maybe I'd stepped on some of the, maybe the kids had dropped some dog food on the floor, and I'd stepped on it. I look down, I see something sticking out of the bottom of my foot, and I kind of give it a little tug, and it pops out. The other half of it pops out, and then I stand on the ground with my left foot, and I almost slip. Almost instantly, I slip, and I was like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" So I pick my foot up, and there's like this puddle of blood just forming. I mean, it was just coming out. It was pouring out. And so I called my wife. She came over with a paper towel. I told her, she's like, "What are you going to do?" And I was like, "Well, I need to get to a chair, sit down real quick because I'm starting to get lightheaded already." So she's all right. What she looks down at the ground. She looks me in the eyes. I've never seen her so calm. She's real squeamish when it comes to blood and those kind of things. And I've never seen her so calmly and firmly say, "You need to sit down right here." And I was like, no, and I saw it in her eyes. I was like, okay. So I sat down, applied pressure, and yeah, so I'm fine. It's all right. Not a big deal. We took it out, used some antiseptic later, and bandaged it all up, and I'm good to go. So, but yeah, I'm really starting to seriously consider wrapping myself in bubble wrap now. It's just kind of crazy. I'm accident prone, I guess. Good morning, Mexican Silverback. By the way, guys, I saw a lot of your guys' questions and comments, and it was kind of frustrating that I couldn't comment on every single one of them last night because there was just so many of them coming through. With the Tony Donaro and Pantheon get together on the issuance of these ape shares, ape units, and I saw your guys' comments, but I don't remember them now as well as I did last night. I was like, I gotta remember to say something about that to that person. And Mexican Silverback, I saw you put in a lot of stuff in last night, and I wanted to comment on some of it, but I forgot what it was now. But if you guys have questions this morning, you want to ask them, that's be my guest and go ahead and hit me up. Um, and it's good to be back in the back of the big tramp. You were making me laugh last night. Um, I know it was weird not being in the back of the big tramp. I got to figure out a way to like send the big tramp to other people's live streams and get them to put me in there in the big tramp. I have a feeling that wasn't my microphone. I usually shut off the internet at my house whenever I do live streams, just because I have such poor internet connectivity, and so I have a feeling that that was part of it. Saint Monet's dad says best part of the stream was when you put the tinfoil hat on. I'm not kidding, guys. I'm gonna give that away. I'm gonna give that tinfoil hat away when this is all over. I'm just gonna do some kind of, I don't know, random trivia or something like that, and then give it away, sign it or something, and give it away to somebody. I don't know. I don't know who wants a tinfoil hat, but that's what I'm gonna do. It's just a tinfoil hat. Sonny says you should be fine as long as you don't have to work. Yeah, right. It's a good thing I sit in this chair 9 hours a day. Oh man, MB, that's exactly what I was thinking. When it got me right in the heel like that, I was like, oh my God, is this like my Achilles heel here? Like, what is this? I'm gonna go out with a piece of tile in the heel. I'm like, not like this. Demainer says, did you get the muffler fixed on the tramp? No, I need to get it. I need to get it fixed again. Sammy wants the tinfoil hat. Mexican Silverback wants the orange shirt in the background. I don't know what size you are, but I think it's only a. I think it's a. I want to say it's a medium. How about that short exempt volume Friday? We got about 2 or 3 more minutes here, Steven. Or not Steven. Who said that? Anthony. We got about 2 or 3 minutes here, and we'll talk about that. But it is incredibly impressive. I mean, there's some numbers from Friday that are going to be that I have not quite frankly seen in well over a year. So I'm really excited about that. I can't wait to talk about it. American Trader says after the live stream last night, I watched Rise of the Planet of the Apes. That's awesome, man. I want to watch. I always forget the difference between the two. I always think of Margin Call and The Big Short, but I think it's I want to watch Margin Call again. I think I always get them mixed up. Hold on a second. I got to figure out which one's which. I want to watch the one with Brad Pitt, and I think that's Martin. I don't know how I'm gonna. One of these days, I'll finally remember which one's which. Okay, yeah, it's not Margin Call. It's The Big Short. I want to see The Big Short. Rewatch that one. I don't know why I always get them confused. Nah, I'm not the catalyst. Yeah, Ray, that's a really good question. So Ray's saying, Casey, what happens if we MOASS prior to August 22nd? Would that kill Adam Aron's Ape shares? I fully suspect, Ray, that they're going to try to get us to attempt to sell our shares before the 22nd. I'm actually going to change my view on two different things. Things have changed now. Everything's changed. with this share. This ape unit that's going to be issued to us has changed my opinion on options. Now, and only now, because of the fact that a lot of our brokers really want to suck up as many shares as they possibly can before it's too late. Will probably do everything in their power to cause them to be able to collect on shares. One of the ways they can do that is by buying call options and then exercising. If you can find premiums that are decent, then maybe it might be worth it. If you're not used to playing options, guys, stay away from them. But if you know what you're doing and you're playing options right now, now is the time. Now is the time to be looking into those options, and only because of the fact that I know that max pain is going to be a thing of the past. They've got a goal right now, and the goal is to get as many people to sell as possible before the 22nd. So we're kind of on a ticking time bomb here for that. That's going to really hurt a lot of our brokers. Buck says Popcorn got 5 stars for Bullet Train, but the movie only got 3. Yeah, that's why that shirt's hanging up back there, Mexican Silverback. The fact that it's a medium. What do you guys think? Should we take a look at the numbers? It's time. Good morning, Nikki. I'm. I would like to see. I would like to see us hold. Uh, and of course, you guys know what my strategy is here. I'm watching to see what everybody else does. I would like to see us hold into getting those AMC uh, Ape units. I particularly feel like that would be ideal. I know that nobody in the institutions want us to have those shares, and so I kind of want to. I kind of want to see us get those, but I'm gonna have to watch and see what you guys are doing. So we'll just keep watching the numbers and see what we do. Good morning, Stockwiz. Good morning, Nikki. Cleaning off the glasses here. I think I got them all ready to go. Yep, they look nice and clean. Oh yeah, we got clean glasses. Alrighty. Doghead, I don't usually put in a price prediction until 15 minutes before market opens. But I do volume prediction in about 35 minutes from now. Which is going to be interesting because let me tell you, we got a lot of volume so far. Normally we get a doubling, at least a doubling out of the volume that we've had going into 7 or 8 a.m. Eastern. And right now we're at 361, so the doubling of that would be 720. 1 million is the number that I'm looking for. Whenever we hit 1 million shares, in my opinion, that could equate to potentially a 200 million share trade a day. Thick said he said unit. All right, guys, I'm gonna log into my broker and then we'll take a look at these numbers. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen. So if I haven't mentioned your comment, or if there's something you specifically wanted me to answer to, hold those thoughts because I won't be able to see what it is you're writing from here on out. Two-factor authentication. Oh, wait for the big tramp to show back up on the page. When you see the big tramp, then you can start asking questions again. that I'll see. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it for your account, guys. It would help keep somebody out of your account that you may not want in there. Give me just a second while I refresh a bunch of things real quick here, and we'll take a look at the numbers. All right. Who was the winner for last week? Price predictions. Congratulations. Well, we all missed, first off. I had the low end. Eric had the high end. Keto and Monty were in the middle. I'll read off the numbers to you real quickly. I had 1425 to 1725. Eric had 1614 and 1914. Keto had 1539 and 1839, and Monty had 1511 to 1811. By default, none of us get a point for the day, but since Eric's average price was closest to closing price, Eric does get the point for price predictions. So congratulations to Eric for winning the week last week. Short exempt volume. Let's take a look at this, guys. This is amazing. And when I saw Active Douglas post this in the Discord, it was all I could say was holy shit. I haven't seen this much short exempt volume in a really, really, really long time, guys. 2.59 million shares in short exempt volume. You know you've heard me say this before. All I need to see is 1 million. True Demon's number is actually 3 million, but 1 million, in my opinion, is enough to let you know that you're on the right track. 1 million, not 2, 1. And we had 2.59. True Demon wants 3 days in a row of it. I want 3 days in a row of 1 million. We've got 2.59. That's insane. It's absolutely insane. 2.59 million shares. Consider that this is the first time I've ever been able to put one of 3 in that box. We've got 2 out of 3 indicators green, and the third one 2 days away from being green as well. Utilization 100%. Let's check that utilization out. Oh, while I'm at it, I might as well adjust the day-over-day price increase was 18.86. That's still 3 of 3. Utilization. Utilization is still showing 100%. Let me check the date. The date shows for August 5th. That is Friday, so we have 100% utilization, day number 125. 125 trading days of utilization being 100%. We'll talk about suck, squeeze, bang, blow here a little bit, guys, but I'm just going to go ahead and let the cat out of the bag. We are in the blow. We are officially in the blow. Taking a look at max pain for this week. I don't know that I necessarily looked at max pain looking forward to this week, but I think I may have a while back ago, and it might have been around 14 bucks. So I'm imagining now that it's probably somewhere around, I don't know, probably 17. No, maybe, yeah, 17. Let's go with 17. Let's see what it says. Here we go. Refreshing for max pain. Max pain is $18. Off exchange. Final numbers for the day for last Friday was 58.65 for off exchange, and CBOE EDGX was at 11.64. For a grand total 70.29% of our volume going through those two exchanges, which is anything over 64% I think is high, so 70% is really high. Institutional ownership. I'm pretty sure we're going to start seeing this number drive up. Not now, but in about let's see. Actually, we won't get the reportings for some of this data probably until, let's see, probably until September, probably mid-October. By mid-October, we should probably start seeing this institutional share ownership start driving way up. But let's just go ahead and take a look at what it was from last week. 191.254 million. Let's see what it is this morning. 191.546. Not an all-time high. Our all-time high so far was set back in, let's see, May 17th of this year with a 193.8 million. Moving on to Ortex data up there in the top right. Our current short share interest of the free float is currently at 18.71%. Shares on loan is down to 131.77 million. I think that's a decrease by maybe a million or so. We'll check it out here in just a few minutes. But let's take a look at those options first. There's some crazy stuff going on in the options. Crazy. I'll show you. First of all, I'm going to scroll down to the very bottom down here, and I just want you guys to see that they've already opened up the door for 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40. They stopped doing $half increments. They're opening up dollar increments now above 35. But our lottery ticket winners from last week, some of the open interest that was opened up at 34.5, which was the largest amount, which is up from 30.5 the previous week. Our lottery ticket winners, there's 7.9 thousand contracts. Lottery ticket losers, I should say. But it's going to start turning into probably lottery ticket winners. And that's, again, at $35 or $34.5. And do note that they did open up 35 through 40. If you guys see halts, one of the first things I would do is start checking to see if they didn't open up the ability to trade more options at higher strike prices. Don't see halts, guys, as something bad. I know that's going to be the I think the thought process for many people out there is that halts are a bad thing. They're not. Highest amount of open interest for calls. Ooh. All right. Well, yeah, we'll do it. Highest amount of open interest for calls is at a $30 strike price. That's up $10 from where it was last week. Last week there was at $20, 16.6 thousand contracts in open interest. This week at a $30 strike, we have 16.1 thousand contracts. So almost as many, $10 higher at the beginning of the week. Puts, highest amount of open interest at a $17 strike price. That's up from 15. And there's currently 5.4 thousand contracts. So the market's indicating that the closing price by the end of this week could be somewhere between $17 and $30. It's a big range. It's a big range. I think we're gonna have a real tough time guessing price predictions this week. That's gonna be my guess. All right, let me move over a couple screens here, and we'll take a look at some of the other data. All right, let's take a look at this Ortex data, see what it's looking like here. There's your utilization for 100 and what is it, 25? 125 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Let's zoom in on this just a tad. And look at the on loan amount change. Went up, didn't go down, went up. Went from 127.33 to 131.77. So it went up by 4.4 million. Let me write this down. Actually, I'm going to do some quick math. I just want to figure out the exact amount. 2733. 4.44. I got to get my pen open. 4.44 million shares on loan amount, because I talk about this throughout the day and I like to update people. Let's see how much of that was in short interest. Day over day, the short interest rose. The estimated short interest, I should say, from 18.4 to 18.71. Is that 0.31 times 5? Hold on a second here. What is the free float? 515. I don't know why I couldn't remember that number. Oops, that's not right. 0.0031. What am I doing? So basically about we're just going to call it 1.6 million of that 4.44 was in short interest. On loan average age per day as the new loans were taken in, I would expect with a 4.44 million increase of new loans, that should cause the on loan average age per day to decrease. It did. Went from 61.92 average age per day on those loans to 58.9. Security lending volume on Friday was up slightly from, let's see, 19.3 million to 20.96. We are not on any threshold lists. Oh wait, one more thing I want to see. Okay, it looks like they've issued some more short squeeze indicators here. We've got three new short squeeze indicators listed by Ortex. We've got a short squeeze type 2. Let me see here. Let me scroll down just a little bit here. Short squeeze type 2, RSI type 3 7080, and RSI type 2 7080. So these are all buy signals. Failure to delivers. What's today's date? 8/8. We're on the downside swing on these failure to delivers. From what this is reporting right now, it's not going to be really heavy on those failure to delivers on institutions. So I don't expect any pressure coming from those. I know where the pressure's coming from, though. I know where it's coming from. Taking a look at AMC and in regards to orders by Fidelity customers, AMC finished second Friday with 49% buys to 51% sales. That's lower than I like to see it, but that does happen oftentimes when we move up in price. GME, did it fall off the list? GME fell off the top 30 list. Nope, there it is. I missed it. Couldn't see it. 16th. They came in 16th with 53% buys to 47% sales. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $19.96. Do note that it is on because of the fact that we tripped on Friday. It always stays on for the day that it trips and the day after of trading. Shares available to borrow this morning so far. There was 0 shares earlier. I don't know if you guys saw it or not. There was 0 shares. They returned 1.8 million and they've borrowed 1.65 million of those. Let's do some math and figure out how much in total they've borrowed this morning. Let's add, actually, let's figure out the ETFs first. Looks like 1.7 million shares. I'm going to round down just a little bit here. 1.7 million shares having been borrowed so far this morning, according to Stonko Tracker. Last Friday, the final amount that I had seen by the end of the day, the trading day, was 5.45 million, which was a massive amount of borrowed shares. Do note that we did increase shares on loan by 4.44. So 1 million shares were used somewhere on Friday to, more than likely to various reasons. That's probably the best thing that I could say without making accusations. Calls versus puts that expire by this Friday. We've got 77,000 contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 48.7 thousand contracts. Last Friday, we ended up having over 100,000 in the money calls that are expiring. I can almost guarantee you that a lot of that's institutions and they're going to be collecting. 57.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on puts versus 1.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. Again, let's take one more stab at looking. I get it, stab because of my foot. Let's take one more look at short exempt volume. 2.59 million short exempts. I expect today to be equally high. I can't tell you. Some people have asked me when was the last time we had 1 million short exempt volume. I honestly can't remember. I don't remember ever. Since I had the interview with True Demon way back when, probably almost like it seems like it was almost a year ago. This number has never been over 1 million that I can recall, and we're at 2.59. It's pretty high, and I expect it to be high today. Futures looking pretty positive right now. We got plus signs on everything pretty much, and the VIX is down 0.21. Most of the markets are looking like they're going to be up anywhere between 0 and 0.5%. The eastern side of the world was mostly up. The FTSE China and Hang Seng were down about 0.5% each. So far in the pre-market this morning, Tesla's up 1.65, Amazon is up 0.71, Cinemark is down 1.43, Doge is up 3.07, Bitcoin is up 4.16. They have not broken, as far as I know, they have not broken my magic number of 24.8. But it is definitely driving up right now. GameStop is up 2.55. HYMC is down 2.47. Hood is up 0.87. NCMI is up 0.58, and AMC is up 7.12 in the pre-market. Let's go ahead and refresh inflow versus outflow. The total amount of inflow was, wow, $111 million more of inflow than outflow on Friday. That's a lot of money. It's a lot. Let's see, volume so far this morning. We haven't even hit our pokey stick of volume, which usually doubles our volume. Is already at 458,000 shares. So yeah, hold on, guys. Got to keep on moving. Got to keep on moving. On the weekly, I can't stress this enough to you guys that if you're a big RSI fan, throw that indicator right out the door when it comes time to a squeeze, because there is no value that you can top the RSI out. So if you're thinking about looking at RSI for an indicator to be exiting your position at any given point, you'd be doing yourself a massive disservice by watching RSI. So I'm just throwing that out there because I do watch RSI quite a bit, and I know people like to maybe use some of the things that I look at for themselves. When we do start to really get into this part where people have to start covering, RSI could just massively go through the roof, and I would just completely ignore it. But on the weekly, as it stands currently, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure, with a massive divergence of the two, with RSI at 59.81, which is almost 10% higher than what it was from Friday. And for a weekly to see it driving up that quickly is pretty hefty. I mean, I can zoom out here a little bit, guys, and you can see the last time where we had a divergence to the positive side was a very short one right here, but probably one of the bigger divergences when we ran up to 74 or 72 rather. Well, it was higher than 72, I know that, but that was one of the biggest divergences of the vortex indicator, and it's definitely crossed. On the daily, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 77.37, which is signaling that it's overbought. On the hourly, we see more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 81.61, which is overbought. We're gonna see this RSI overbought for a while here. This is what I'm saying. Just don't even look at the RSI. On the 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 76.41. I will not, when we're in the main chunk of this, guys, I'm not even going to look at RSI anymore. I might even just get rid of it off my page, just because I don't want it to be a distraction. But it's currently at 76.54, which is signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, with an RSI of 77.66, which is signaling overbought. And let's take a look at the Ichimoto cloud. And for those of you who are new to the channel, guys, I know it's not called Ichimoto. We come up with fun names around here so people can remember what things are. But taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud, and we're going to do it on the hourly. On the hourly, we've got the lagging line above the price line, which is good. We've got conversion line above the baseline, which is good. But we have the conversion line touching into the price line, which is sometimes, the first signal that a day trader / swing trader should exit their position. Like a good entry point would have been back here. Perhaps likely somewhere around like noonish on Friday. This would be the first sign. They wouldn't necessarily have to exit here if there's still strong buying pressure. It's just this is a signal or a warning that this could change. So this is where they might come out and say like, okay, well, how does the 4-hour look? So then they come into the 4-hour and they go, okay, we got lagging line above price line, we've got conversion above base, and price is well above conversion and baseline. So on a longer term scale, this is looking like a hold. So the buying positions would probably continue to hold this. I really wish, guys, I really, I think for memory's sake, or for just memory, I feel like I'm leaving this big tramp out here. I think this is this is the closest I think I've ever gotten to showing a bounce off of a bounce prediction, and this is one hell of a bounce. So I'm gonna leave that tramp is gonna be etched there for history for me. I'm not getting rid of that one. That's one big tramp. That's one big tramp you don't forget. Let's see here. I guess with that, I can see what it is that you guys are writing now. Myself says at the moment there are shorts watching the price run up, or maybe we should consider getting out now. Pantheon says, "Morning, Pantheon. You took the words right out of my mouth." Monty Barger says, "How's your shaving kit looking, Casey? It's always been there. It's dry as a bone." I don't know who it was that suggested on Reddit that we should shave our beards, or I mean, it's not shave our beards, but grow out our beards until this thing moasses. I really want to punch the guy that said it, because I just I thought it was fun and sounded like a good idea at the time, and now not so much. But if I figured if I could hold this beard, I can hold my shares. MG Toe, I can look at the 200 MA. I know that it's already, I know that it's signaling, but I don't look at, I know the conventional wisdom behind looking at the 200 MA, but I'm not really, it's not my thing. Do I have 200? Yes. Okay. So my 200 MA is the gold line here. The 100 MA is the green line, and the blue line is the MA 50. So we have crossed the price. The price has crossed the MA, the 200 MA. So that's not. I mean, so it basically means that we're moving into a bullish time. Not a bad indicator to look at in a normal situation. I just don't, in a squeeze play, I don't put too much value into it. Arthur, your average share price will probably change, likely to half, once the Ape units are created. Yokafrida, good morning. Balaclava, I'm gonna miss you too, man. I'll still be around. We'll still talk. Magic happens when Casey lets me out of my cage. Savvy, good morning to you. Monty says, I haven't fully shaved in 20 years. Oof. Do you ride a motorcycle? I just want to pull out the Bollinger Bands here real quick just to kind of check and see what that looks like. Do note, guys, that on my Bollinger Bands, I typically, I like to have, oh my gosh, I have no Fibonacci's. I'm going like, where's my Fibonacci? Look at my Fibonacci's. They're way back. Where'd my Fibonacci's go? All right, hold on. We got to get some Fibonacci's up here. Hold up a second. Hold on a second. I'm not going to read what you guys are saying here for just a minute, so give me just a second. I'm gonna let Pantheon and all my other moderators handle questions for just a minute while I do some charting. Excuse me. We got to get some new Fibonacci retracements in here and see where our levels of support and resistance are. First off, I want to do is I also want to put SSR trigger price 1996 is our trigger price for SSR. Let's throw that up here. That is important to see. How much? 1996. Come on. We gotta zoom in on this. Holy moly. This is gonna get harder and harder to try and hit like exact numbers. All right, 1996, good year, not a bad year. I graduated 2 years before that. Hold on a second here. Kind of continue to put in some more data. We're gonna have to do a lot of calculations, guys. So there's gonna be times where I'm not gonna be able to focus on what you guys are saying. With ADD, guys, I'm limited on what I can focus on. It's only certain things at one time. I do want to just show you guys that I do consider us to be in the blow starting last Friday. We had 18.86% increase day over day and a 93% increase on volume day over day. That definitely qualifies us for the blow. So I went ahead and put that in there. We are indeed in the blow. If you don't know what suck, squeeze, bang, blow is, I've basically identified cycles that occur that remind me of a 4-stroke, kind of a 5-stroke engine, which is called hit or miss. But it's a 4-stroke engine with cooldown periods. And if you want to know more about it, go to the description box and just kind of read up on what, I've got a link there on the write-up for that. Here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. Let's get a volume prediction in here. We have 520,000 shares going into the pokey stick. So far, the pokey stick is showing up as less than double, but almost enough to hit 1 million shares here. Almost. So darn close. That's the magic number that I like to see for 200 million shares traded for the day. So close. 962. Anytime, normally I only give myself a 20 million spread. I think, is it right? 20. Yeah, normally I only give myself a 20 million spread in volume, but as volume gets into some of these higher numbers, I give myself 30 million. You guys haven't seen us moving into 120 plus million shares a day, but anytime it gets over 100 million shares in volume prediction for the day, I usually give myself about 30. So in this particular case, this is really darn close to 200. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say 170 to 200 is the volume prediction for the day today. In case anybody's wondering what's up with those spikes, they happen every single day. And I've coined the term pokey stick of volume. I don't know what else to call it. It looks like a pokey stick. So that's when I coined the term, but I kind of view this as kind of an indicator that the algorithms use as a timing for perhaps I guess I'm trying to think what to call it. It's a timing and volume. The way I've related to it before is I said, like a scantron. If you think about way back in the days when teachers had scantrons, you'd fill in the bubbles, and the teacher would have a key scantron. She would feed the scantron through the machine, and the machine would say like, okay, here's the correct answer key. and then every other Scantron test paper that went through the machine or card, it would grade it based off the original key. And I view this 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume as a key to what the rest of the day is supposed to look like, and a timing for volume. I can't predict price based off of this. It doesn't. I've never found a price correlation, but it happens every single day on every single stock. And it's basically a kind of an indicator to the rest of the market that this is what's going to happen for the day. So, but it's a key. It's a key and a kind of a forecast into what the day is going to look like. So let me look at one more thing. I got to pull up some more. I got some more data points to draw on some Fibonacci's. 2487 is our high for the day so far. I'm plugging that into my tracking. We're up 80% from 1382, our last previous low. And so at this point, what I got to do is I got to figure out what percentage would be a synthetic price failure, because those could occur at any given time. So $20.02 would be a synthetic price failure. Which is oddly enough very, very close to SSR being tripped. What did I say, 2002? Yeah. Oftentimes when SSR and SPF align, I tend to see us hit those things. We're going to have some, I'm warning you guys right now, we're going to have some very violent movement in this stock. There's going to be a lot of ups, there's going to be a lot of downs. It's going to get very, it's going to attempt to cause you to be very emotional. Try not to be emotional. Take emotion out of it. Sit back. Enjoy the ride. %20 failure from 2487 would be 1989. Another good year. And paper hands would be at 21.5% failure, which would be 1952. Let me get some Fibonacci's up here. Looks like I want to look for some kind of price point between 22 and higher, 22 to 24. I'm gonna get one more. Let me get one more Fibonacci in here. See if I can't find like a better. Because what I just drew right there is good, but I want to have some more points of resistance. And well, actually, that might not be too bad. I might just leave that. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna leave this. That works for me. Why does it keep changing the intensity of my... Alrighty. Now I can pay attention to what you get. I should probably take the big tramp out off the screen when I'm working on numbers. That way you guys know I can't read what you're saying. Remember, Monty says no sleep check, no emotions. We'll see. I'm sure the sleep deprivation will help. Guys, I want you to remember, at the end of every single day, I tell you to eat, sleep, and drink. You guys need to be mentally healthy for this. There's going to be a lot of mental pressure on you to make bad decisions. Try to remember that it's really important to go to sleep every night, get some great rest, continue to keep the fluids in you, keep eating well. From what I just drew right there, 2256 is what I'm getting. Mitch, it's good to see you, man. I don't think I've seen you on here before. I know we talk on occasion on Discord, but it's good to see you on here. Ross says, Casey, could you put up in the synthetic price failures chart as part of your daily finish, as per your 2 indicator videos, so we can also note the moves. I'll be marking them from now too. So I keep track of this on a daily basis. I'm always tracking it, and I keep a running tally. I've actually updated it as of, I think it was last night that I went through and I updated all the dates. I wanted to make sure that I was set and ready to go here. But yeah, I mean, anytime we hit a synthetic price failure, I'll let you guys know, and I'll try to let you know where the tops and bottoms are that I'm recording, and we can talk about it throughout the day. But if anybody wants to understand what a synthetic price failure is, I would suggest that you go to my description box, and there's a couple of videos that will help you to understand what I'm talking about. Specifically, you probably want to watch the one that says specifically what is an SPF and how will it help me to identify the backside of the MOASS. And then also, how will I know when we are on the backside of the squeeze is another great video. I've got a couple different videos in here that I've listed in the description box that could all be really helpful information for you. Shares available to borrow increasing, Einstein says. Oh yeah, I'm sure they're dumping their positions now. Yep, that means they're closing out short interest. Yo says, Casey, I've made some of my worst decisions well fed, hydrated, and with plenty of sleep. Well, you'll make them even worse when you're not. Just saying. Cash to be made. Aloha. Oh my gosh, 2:10 in the morning. Oh, I feel bad for you, man. SSR is on for the day today, Arjun. Monty, I got you down 2807 to 3107. Monty, if we break 25 today, just going forward, I'm gonna give you guys a $5. I think I'm gonna increase to $5, a $5 spread. Just throwing that out there for tomorrow. You know, Dana, a lot of people are seeing that a lot of different brokers had originally first come out with messages saying that they weren't going to support the preferred stock. Give it some time. Wait for them to actually get the approval of the NYSE, and then let's revisit that. Because I have a feeling that a lot of the original statements are statements that are made in regards to something that hasn't happened yet. Volume prediction I did for the day today, 170 to 200. June, we don't talk about other stocks here. I'm going to go ahead and remove that for you. Doc says in prison, a $5 spread means something different. Just throwing that out there. That's good to know, Doc. That's really good to know. Brian says I woke up giddy as a schoolgirl. Guys, just going to throw this out here in case you guys don't know this because you might be new to the channel, but we don't talk about other stocks here unless it's related to AMC. Not that I'm aware of, yo. I have not. I'm not aware of it being approved yet. I have a feeling that Adam Aaron will probably announce it in a tweet once it is, but we'll see. Maggie, if we are halted, it's not a problem, so I wouldn't worry about it. It changes nothing. And one of the things that I would suggest is that if price is halted on the way up. Oh, sorry. Oh, hold on a second, guys. If price is halted on at any given point, what I would do is go check the options and see if they don't open up some more options at higher strike prices. I wouldn't worry about it though. Mod, thank you. I owe a lot to Tony and Pantheon for being such excellent DD researchers. Monty says over 4 million in pre-market volume. This is what I've been waiting for, man. You and me both, Monty. You and me both. Sandy says, Casey, when does stock drop on 822? Can we buy more AMC, more of AMC? Yeah, you can always buy AMC shares whenever you want. You just won't be getting anything in addition to it on 822. Like you wouldn't be getting any additional Ape shares. AMC Panda says, is Fidelity screwing around on the 19th? I don't know what that means. Yeah, Ape is okay to talk about. That's that's entirely AMC related. Let's see here. Somebody asked a really good question. I missed it. Hold on a second. My wife was saying that she was taking off. Have you checked your account whether the transaction history shows regular split or dividend for GME and AMC? I have not checked. Oh, that's Mac and B's. Got it. Never mind. That's not to me. I wouldn't even be worried about it at this point, guys. I mean, they haven't even gotten the approval yet from the NYSE to create it. So any of these forward statements that are being put out by any of these brokers are pointless to even watch. Like people freaking out about whether they're getting a cash dividend or they're actually getting an Ape unit it's pointless. It's really pointless for people to be freaking out at this point. Wait for them to get the approval for NYSE and then see what your brokers are saying. Sandy says, so does this mean that we can buy at the lower price? If you're talking about on the 22nd, you can buy whenever you want to. You can buy whatever price you want to. Thanks, Dana. I appreciate that. By technical definition, Harry, hold on a second. By technical definition, Harry, they probably won't be called FTDs, but there will be a type of delivery that won't happen if somebody doesn't get it, right? So I don't know what that's going to be called exactly, but there should be delivery of the shares by the date that's set forth. Abby says, morning, Casey. For everyone's benefit, can you point out how this AMC split is better and perhaps nothing like GME's? Sure. Go watch the video. We did a video last night. Tony, Pantheon, and myself, we all did a video last night that I think kind of defeats the FUD and kind of gives an idea for the potential benefits going forward. A lot of our brokers are going to need to find shares before now and the 19th. So that with just a regular split, the way that it was done with GME, that wasn't necessarily the case. I don't have any stickers made up, MG Till. I don't do that kind of. I'm not into a production kind of. That's not my MO, man. I think it's cool, but I don't have anything like that going on. I'm trying to stay low budget here, so it's you get what you get. It's free. PC3 says, are you thinking NYSE approval might hit some snags? It might. It might actually hit some snags. We'll have to wait and see how that's going to turn out. Yeah, Miss Smith, or Mr. Smith, I should say. Mr. Smith, I wouldn't even. I'm not worried about any of the um, processing of how they're going to do AMC, but I have heard about that for Jimmy. Yeah, I've heard about it. I think that this perhaps the way that they're doing the AMC Ape unit would perhaps kind of not have that same snag. No, Mac and Bees, it would not. David, it's coming from the market, making trades. We don't do this. The market does. Wait, hold on. I got to read I'm getting behind here on messages. If MOASS hits on the 18th, will you sell all your AMC shares for big bucks to fill the big tramp, and will you buy back in after the MOASS? I want to try to hold to get the Ape units, and the reason for that is that I think that it's good for multiple different reasons. Some of those reasons being that it gives it without me having to buy back in, it gives me the opportunity to buy back in. It's a free buyback. And then the other side of that is that I'm going to be selling on the backside, so I'm going to be watching very closely to see what people do along the way. Um, I have no idea what I'm going to do when I'm going to sell. I'm just going to be basing it off of what I see us in general as a community doing. Yeah, I should probably put in Tony's video from last night. Give me a second here, guys. I'm gonna link it real quick here. Give me a second. I'm gonna link the video from last night. So pinned to the top right now is the video that the joint venture video that we did last night, explaining and trying to dispel as much of the FUD as possible. I think you guys, there's some good information there. But a lot of people talking about their initial reports coming out of their brokers saying that they're not going to be getting that they'll be getting a cash dividend. I would ignore all of that for right now, and I would wait to see after the creation of the NYSE approved stock ticker that, see if those messages don't change. Just give it a chance. Notice it says, any thought on LMNOP preferred stock reverse split NFT dividend, Casey? I think it's a good thing. I think it's causing a lot of chaos in the market right now. A lot of brokers are going to have to start actually doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing. Instead of controlling price the way that they have in the past, to collect on derivatives, they're actually going to have to start getting shares, and so this is going to put a lot of pressure on brokers, our brokers, to start accumulating shares, and so you're going to see a lot of buying. You're going to see potentially you could see a gamma caused out of this just by the market alone, trying to collect shares on call options. Pork Chopper 82, I don't agree. And I think what you're seeing have happen right now is proof of how wrong you are. Look, John's coming in saying, I talked to Fidelity yesterday. They don't know anything until it's filed with NYSE. This is what I'm saying, guys. It is way too early to be looking at brokerage. Like, now is not the time to panic. Don't worry about whether you're getting a cash dividend or APE unit until after they get this filed with NYSE, and all of the institutions can figure out what's going on. Anything that you get for a report right now is just going to be noise. And anybody out there who's going to, any kind of type of content creator, or if you want to call them influencers or whatever you want to, anybody who's sitting out there and freaking out over, information that's coming out right now, is they're adding to the noise. No, because they're actually distributed on the 19th, and then they're reported into your account on the 22nd. So 19th would be the day. Boo says, do you think if people don't get the ape stock, why are those all caps? Is this Lou in disguise? What the hell? Like, why are you shouting? Stop shouting. Do you think if people don't get the ape stock, do you think it would get delisted because of it? Potentially. But what I love about this whole idea of separating the problem from our shares of AMC is that it does exactly that. It separates the issue. If there's going to be any problems, it's going to be on the ape side of this and not AMC side. Pork chopper, we're in case you haven't noticed, we're up by quite a bit since the announcement. If you don't understand how this is having an impact on the market and what kind of problem this is creating, and forcing institutions to start trading the way that they're supposed to trade, then your eyes aren't open. You need to open up your eyes and see what's happening right before you. This is causing massive chaos, and you can call it what you want to, but I see 18.86% up on Friday. I see 6.85% now in the pre-market. It's not doing what you think it's doing. You need to open up your eyes. That's all right, Boo Marley. Don't worry about it. I was just teasing you. It's okay. Faith Family and Fishing says, great video last night. You may need to invest in new tinfoil hat. No kidding, right? The thing's kind of getting beat up. Yeah, that's John's saying, also verify with your broker that you're not on margin, you not have share lending on, and your accounts are in good standing. I would highly agree with John on that. Margin accounts are going to be at risk. If you're share lending, you're going to be at risk. If your account's not in good standing, you could be at risk. Those are great pieces of advice there, John. Thank you so much for that. I agree. Arthur's shouting now. We're winning. Sometimes I think people put in caps because nobody else, they're afraid that they're not going to get read unless they're in caps. Where it's the exact opposite for me, because I see caps and I have a hard time reading it, so I'm more likely to skip it. Pork chopper, this is actually the opposite. This is accumulation here. This would be accumulation, not distribution. And Adam Aaron has essentially caused accumulation. And not only has he caused accumulation, I'll go a step further and say that this is going to cause uh, other people who've been scalping for a really long time on AMC to start holding and stop scalping. Boo says this is one of the toughest fights I've ever been in my whole life. I mean, we're up against some really big people here, Boo. So you're not wrong. It's a big fight for all of us. Sammy Boy says Ape is exactly what this community needed. This is better than Ape Coin. I agree. Fred says I wonder if RSI will melt my computer screen. Um, and I kind of briefly touched on that earlier, um, Fred, and I basically said that pretty soon here I'm going to just take RSI off my charts. If you're trading on RSI, going forward, in terms of when you decide to sell, you're going to be making some really bad mistakes. Hey, Pork Chopper, I love you too, no homo. We can choose to we can disagree and still be friends. I promise. And actually, Pork Chopper, I think one of the things that we're going to see over the next 2 weeks here is that we're going to see institutions trying to get us to paper hand. I can guarantee it. I can guarantee because they need us to get rid of our positions. They absolutely need us to get rid of our positions. So seeing synthetic price failures occur on the daily is probably going to start happening. And synthetic price failures happen when price drops by 20% or more. Actually, it's 19.5, but whatever. Close enough. So be ready for those because they're incoming. I promise. I promise you guys there will be synthetic price failures that are coming. And they will definitely test you. And the bigger the swing, the more paper hands there were that were involved. It needs to be over 21.5%, but anything over 21.5% seems to be the magic number for me from what I've seen from past historicals. That's the magic number for people causing paper hands. But this is absolutely forced accumulation here with what Adam Aaron has done. No, 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 not at all. Mexican Silverback. I think. Well, I know Tony only approached me and Pantheon, and I think maybe Super Steven. I'm not positive, but I think he may have. But I'm going to just say that there's no bad blood at all, not at all. And sometimes I don't know, but there's no bad blood. No, I don't have any at all. I think Bigums is a great guy. I've never actually had a chance to talk with Bigums, but I think he's a good guy, and I like his information, and I really do watch a lot of his videos. Smart dude. Hey, Pork Chopper, you're my kind of people, man. I love it when somebody, at NASA, they've got this saying. They say, you know, um, a disagreement between two people, is not necessarily a bad thing. It's an opportunity for somebody to learn, right? So whether I'm wrong or you're wrong, it doesn't really matter. It's an opportunity for us to learn, and that's the important part. If you can focus on the fact that we have differing perspectives and that we can learn from those perspectives, that's what's important. And I love that. So you're my kind of people if you're the kind of person that says we can disagree and still have conversation and still be cordial and friends. There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to disagree. Pantheon says Bigums does that routinely. It doesn't mean any bad blood. He streams when he feels like it. He streams when he has time. That's the other thing. He's got work issues and home life issues that he's got to take care of, and he streams when he can. So uh, you know, I'm very very fortunate to be able to do what it is I do thanks to my wife. So if somebody else can't do what it is that I'm doing, It doesn't mean there's bad blood between us, or there, if, like TWE just comes on and starts streaming when I'm streaming. It doesn't mean there's bad blood. TWE, I love the dude. He's a good guy, a really good guy. He's got some great information to share. And I would never tell anybody that you need to stick here and watch me continuously. Please, like, don't ever feel like that's the case. Like, other people have other information to share that's just as valuable, and I get good information from watching others. JP, this volume is coming from the market forced into accumulation, and so you're seeing a lot of backdoor trades happening right now, and the volume's showing up because of it. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it, Maggie. I'm pretty. I feel confident that it's not a bad thing that the ape unit issuance. Hold on a second, I got a cough. Yeah, AMC Panda says since it's a .01 dividend placeholder, guess I should turn off reinvest dividends. We'll talk about that later. I'm gonna wait for the NYSE approval first, AMC Panda, before I suggest anything on that. So there's you don't have to rush to do anything right away. Hey, Pork Chopper, we can go grab a beer anytime, man. Anytime. And we'll talk about all kinds of crazy stuff. Man, I got some cough going on here. Dana says, I love you, Casey Full Homo. Doge Cult member says, I still believe in Santa and I am turning 47. I do, yeah, I like to believe in Santa too. I think Santa is cool. Fred's calling this the taco van. It's the big tramp, sir. It's the big. You can't call it a taco. Brian says I agree with everyone because I don't like conflict. Ooh, people pleaser. All right. Boo says if AMC gets delisted, does that mean Ape stock will get delisted as well? I don't. I don't, and I would reverse that. I think that there's going to be any stock that got delisted, it would probably be Ape first. But I'm not expecting anything like that, Boo. But I'm not worried about it either. I wouldn't worry about those kind of things until we get there, and that at that point in time we can start talking about things. But now is not the time to be trying to. I want you guys to be loosey goosey, right? Like just flow with the punches. I want you to be like Panda. I want you to be like Panda from shoot, what was the name of that? I can't Shifu. Gosh, what was the name of that stinking movie? I can't think of the name of the movie. I want you to be loosey goosey, and I want you to just take the hits, and they just kind of bounce off of you, right? Like, because now is not the time to start freaking out every single time we see a piece of new information that's more than likely meant to scare us, right? Because guess what? People don't want you holding your shares right now. So there's going to be a lot of information out there that's false and put out there for a reason to get you to get out of your position. So I want you to just take these hits, and I want you to just kind of sit back, easy, stay cool, go with the flow. We'll take the hits as they come, and we'll talk about them. But right now, I wouldn't worry about it too much. It really doesn't change anything, right? If something were to get delisted, it doesn't change anything. Everything's still the same. Brazil, thank you very much. I owe it to Pantheon and Tony. Dana says you can't have makeup sex without a fight. Just saying. This is true. Man, I'll tell you what, Cole. Cole says, I don't think he meant godless, but he said godless your wife at KC. I don't think, maybe, I don't know, maybe he means something different, but you're a lucky man. A lot of women would not support an idea, aka squeeze like this. I need one like that. And let me tell you, man, she is Kung Fu Panda. Thank you guys. She is one of a kind. She is absolutely one of a kind, and I'm extremely, extremely fortunate to be with her. Kung Fu. Why couldn't I come up with Kung Fu Panda? I couldn't think of it. Ah, that's terrible. I hate my. I I wish I could be better about remembering things. Bill says, "Man, Casey, have ever heard of Prevagen? I have. I haven't ever taken it though." Eric says, like Rocky and Rocky 3, just taking the hits. Boo, you're welcome. Doge Cult member says it's called getting old. Oh wait, I forgot to put the Bollinger Bands back up here. Sorry about that. Eric, good to see you this morning. Guys, Eric is in the house. Eric is in the house. Congratulations, Eric, to winning last week. You had the highest price prediction. Nobody got the price prediction right last week, but you got the bonus point for having the average price closest to closing. So congratulations on the win. Pork Chopper says, how long do you think AMC can last financially without releasing more Ape? They're running out of cash and not having profitable quarters. If they were not to touch any of the remaining money that they have, Pork Chopper, 10 quarters. Maybe 8. Let's go with 8. 8 quarters. Brian says, have you heard about Melvin? Mexican Silverback, have a great rest of the day, man. Take care. Tasus, hopefully I'm saying your name right there. Tasus, thanks. I appreciate it. When I get rid of this beard, I have a feeling that that people are gonna think that I look way younger than I've been told that most of my life until I start growing this doggone beard out, that I look a lot younger. When I've told people in the past that I was 45, that people go like, "What? You're 45?" Like, so I get that quite often that I don't look my age. Yeah, it's like Dudeman Dyer says, it gets me every time, Casey. What was that movie with a panda that does kung fu? Dude, you know what's the worst is that I can remember names like Shifu, right? I can remember Shifu, but I can't remember Kung Fu. I can't remember Kung Fu Panda, but I can remember the Shifu. Keto, good morning. 2213 to 2813. Oh, not yet, Keto. You don't get a $5 range just yet. Let us finish over 25, and then I'll give you guys a $5 range. So, do you want 22 to 25, 13? I'm gonna assume that you want 22.13 to 25.13, unless you say otherwise. But good morning to you. Oh, yep, it's break time. Somebody just said no breaks for you. I just realized what time it was. Thank you. Thank you guys for mentioning that. So it's time for me to go to break. Let me read through some of the rest of these real quick here, see if there's any specific I need to touch. Dana, that would be really cool. That would be really, really cool. I'm looking forward to adding to that wall of pictures. That'd be awesome. All right. One more thing before I go, guys. So hold the questions because I'm going to be going to break here and I won't be answering anything else you guys write from this point going forward. But I want you guys to remember something. We're getting to that point in time, and part of the reason why I did a double header this morning on uh, I don't know what to call it, songs or things that I played before the intro or as the intro started. The reason I did that is this is entitled that thing that I played this morning is called "Remember Why You Started," and I've told you guys on this on occasions before. I want you to write your 5 whys down. If you're new, I've said this on occasions before, and I brought it up, and I'm going to do it again today. I want you to write down your first why. Why did I buy into AMC? Why did I do this? And I want you to, after your answer to each one of those questions, I want you to ask yourself why again, just like a kindergartner would. I know it's annoying, but I want you to sit down and write that because we're coming to a point in time where there's going to be people who are asking you, and you're also going to be tested. And I want you to have those 5 whys written down so you can look back on them and understand what you started and why you started and keep with your goals. Your goals started for a reason. Nothing should change that. Nothing. You came here with a cause in mind. I don't care what that cause is. Your cause and my cause are 2 different things. But you came here for a reason. And you need to hold yourself accountable to those reasons. Because that's what got you here in the first place. You wouldn't be here watching or listening if it wasn't for those reasons. Now, again, my reasons and your reasons, they don't have to be the same. But you should have some reasons. And people are going to ask you, why are you doing this? And you need to remember why. For me, I wanted to be a part of a movement to fix a broken system. And it all started with me buying 2 shares of GME. Why? Because I was tired of watching retail investors, including myself, losing their money on investments in homes due to market fraud. Why? We've never had a method by which to counter the algorithmic trading of the institutions until now. Why? We have social media that allows us to be vocal about our investments in real time. Why? Because as humans, we desire community. Those are my 5 whys. You don't have to have the same whys. I came here for a reason. You came here for a reason. Remember what those reasons are. Have them available because I'm going to tell you to look at them in the future. You need to remember why. I'll see you guys after the break. I'll be back at 8:15, so 25 minutes from now. And I'll do price prediction for myself. And let's see if Keto put in his. Let me see if he put in his adjusted amount. I don't see it. So I'll contact him. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna head to break. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Love Upbeat? Upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month to get unlimited downloads, premium tracks, and whitelist your YouTube channel. Unleash your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty guys, I'm back and just kind of reviewing over the data here just to kind of see if I can get a general idea as to what I'm going to put in for price prediction. This is not financial advice, guys. This is just for apes that are trying to bet beers and ice cream over daily price movement by a $3 range. Once we move into the $25 range, I'm going to give the guys a $5 price range. Just trying to look at see what's kind of happening here. This I'm currently on a 30-minute interval here, and this what I think this is this cup and handle shape here that formed. I think finished out at 22, and here's that stopping point right there. And you found that there was consolidation and support right there at that 22 level. So it completed like it was supposed to. So most of this price movement afterwards looks to me to be almost like maybe a flag pennant type pattern, right? So you have price movement, you have consolidation, you have price movement, consolidation. So maybe a little bit less of price movement. I am expecting large amounts of volume today. I predicted between 170 to 200 million. We're going to see how close I get here. We had very, very close to 1 million shares by 7 a.m. Central Standard Time. If we have that kind of volume for the day today, I would expect to see some pretty large price movement. However, based off the indicators that I'm seeing right here, I'm seeing some more consolidation potentially. This is very short. It could rip off of this and move pretty quickly up to perhaps that $30 range up there. We just do some more quick math. Let's see. A 20% increase from Friday's close would be 26.16 or 26.61 rather. And we're already up 6.27% in the pre-market. I think I'm going to go 27 to 30. But it can move quick. This could move really, really quick as we're seeing right now. All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Eric texted me while I was on break. He's got, let's see what he's got here. 28 to 31. You know, I think I'm gonna change mine just fractionally. I'm gonna put 27.10 to 30.10. I just want to catch the upside just a tad bit there, just in case. Shoot, and I forgot to contact Keto. Dang it. Hold on a second. Hold that thought. All right, let's see what you guys are writing. John says Kenny's probably checking his watch, sweat dripping. Okay, I got keto down for 24.13 to 27.13. All right, so I've got 27.10 to 30.10. Eric has 28 to 31. Keto has 24, yeah, 24.13 to 27.13, and Monty has 28.07 to 31.07. Again, guys, this is just for fun. Not any financial advice meant out of this whatsoever. Jim says, Casey, so at what price do they lose control in this rocket? Jim, I calculated some numbers out like last year in June and kind of expected somewhere around like 90 to $95. Well, actually, I think I said the spread was 90 to like $105. I think that's changed. We've had dilution since I came up with those numbers. And I would suggest that dilution would probably cause those numbers to go up slightly. So I would guess more in the range of perhaps maybe like 100 to maybe 115. But I don't know for a fact because I mean it's really a lot of conditions have changed since May of last year. So and it makes it really difficult for me to make cross comparisons to what's happening with us currently versus what was happening to us back then compared to what happened to GME. So it's really difficult for me to say. John's taking cold showers. Not a bad idea. Hey Keto, you might end up being right, man. Don't second guess yourself. You know, oftentimes when I start second guessing myself on price prediction is when I end up changing it and getting it wrong, and my first answer would have been right. So hold your guns. Janita says thanks for the late night talk with Tony and Pantheon last night. You're welcome. Man, I was a little tired waking up this morning. I need more sleep than that for sure. I have a hard time going to sleep, guys. I try to keep up with all my contact information with you guys. You know, I try to stay in touch with everybody and you know, corresponding back and forth. There's a lot. This is really a full-time job. It should be. I don't do anything else. So my wife would attest to that. She's like, yeah, he doesn't do anything else. Ariel says Casey really tried to watch you, Tony, and Pantheon last night, but fell asleep after driving 2 hours home after the Earth, Wind, and Fire concert in Toronto. Can you put it in a nutshell for us? I mean, I've got the link to the video up top, and really, it's not that long. Um, hmm. Hmm. I don't know, man. It's not really something that I can like put in a nutshell like really quickly. You know what? Let me work on that. Let me try working on that and putting it into a nutshell and see if I can't like condense everything into like maybe like a 5 minute answer or less. But I don't have anything put together right now, so I would say, you know, going and watching that video and seeing what was said there is probably more important. I think getting perspective of all three of us and compiling all that information into the period of time that we did, I think it was robust. It was very robust and very good. I have no words. It was good. It was good information. Go watch it. That's why I got to post it up at the top so you can see it. Tim says, yes, you do, Panthan. What did Panthan say? Tony D is going to make a TLDR version from last night. That's good. Awesome. That's awesome, because then I don't have to do it. I spend 9 hours doing this stuff already, and plus 9 hours plus. We're getting real close to market open here, guys. Enjoy the intro today. It's a little bit longer than usual, but I think it's worth it. I know I've said this to you guys many times. If you don't have your 5 whys written down, you need to have them written down, and I want you to hold on to those. Maybe put them in your wallet, your purse, your back pocket. Carry them around with you. Read them over and over and over, because quite frankly, you really need to keep those 5 whys in your very fresh memory. Javi the Great, welcome. I'm ready. I feel like SpongeBob SquarePants over here. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Imagination. Oh man, I love SpongeBob SquarePants. Patrick's my favorite though. All right, guys, here we go. See you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and ascent.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Last night I had the strangest dream. I sailed away to China in a little rowboat to find you, and you said you had to get your laundry clean. Didn't want no one to hold you. What does that mean? And you said, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. You're on a roll and now you pray it lasts. The road behind was rocky, but now you're feeling cocky. You look at me and you see your past. Is that the reason why you're running so fast? And she said, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. Never let another girl like you work me over. Never let another girl like you drag me under. If I meet another girl like you, I will tell her. Never want another girl like you. Have to say, oh, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, I've got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I've got to keep on
At the intersection of what is and what can be, our stories are written. It's where decisions are made and lives are ultimately defined. In which way you go when staring at this fork in the road can mean everything. Maybe you go left, take the easy path, minimal upside, minimal downside, proven and tangible. It gives immediate identity, but also brings with it some degree of regret, not because you won't like who you are, but because you'll never know what you could have been. Maybe you can't live with that. Maybe you go right. Let's say you roll the dice, dream chaser, eyes fixated on the horizon, moving toward it, soon to realize that the world you live in will bring you to your knees faster than you can blink. That uncertainty hurts, that effort without immediate validation is pain, and that the road less traveled is less traveled because of the difficulty associated with it. And now you have a very important question to ask yourself. Do you have what it takes? Can you see the big picture when the sky appears to be falling down around you? When all it takes is to backpedal and be comfortable again, to take the other road, to return to what you knew, can you still move forward? See, it's a funny thing when you're in pain, it becomes very easy to forget why you began. The pragmatic human brain sees discomfort as a problem and it wants it gone immediately. People don't give up because they're cowards. They don't quit because they don't have what it takes. They give up because they can no longer see the big picture. They forgot why they started. When all you see is directly in front of you, you lose the ability to see your finish line. When you're at a crossroad, you have to know this. If you take the hard road, you are betting on the future at the expense of the present. Dreams are a sacrifice. They're not some fluffy concept invented to prop you up after a hard day. Sure, they're the top of the mountain, but they're also the bottom. They're the dirt, the rocks, the scratching, the clawing. They're what people don't see. The chapters that are not read aloud. And when you're in it, when you are truly in it, uncertainty needs to be embraced like it's the wind to your sails. You signed that dotted line for a reason, because you can see past the immediate, the now. Because to get to the top, you start at the ground floor and you elevate past every single level that stands between you and your dream. Now will not intimidate or discourage because you are bigger than right now. You are the pages unwritten. And you did what so few people are willing to do. You didn't look at the pen, you picked it up. Now write. Write a story for the ages.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we halt, and we screw these hedgies. Screw them! Oh man, I can't get enough. Yes, we are halted. We are indeed very much halted. There you go. There you have it. Guys, halts do not scare me. They are not scary at the least. Let me tell you guys a little bit about halts and what we can tend to see out of these. From 9:30 to 9:45, so the first 15 minutes of trading in the morning, there is a 20% within a 5-minute period of time, a 20% increase in price where the market can be halted for a 5-minute period of time. That 5-minute, not the market halt for 5 minutes, but the 5-minute period of time is 20%. We didn't necessarily do that right here. This could also be a volume halt as well, I believe. The periods of time for which we could halt throughout the rest of the day changes. Gets lowered to 10% within a 5-minute period of time. But we are halted at this moment in time. The first thing I told you guys that I would be checking this morning is to see if the options after the halt would be increasing the values that they had. This morning when I first opened up the options, we had 34.5. It was the highest price that we had in options that had open interest. As of this morning, there was 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40 that were added to the books. I would highly suspect that when this is restarted back up here again, that there may be additional strike prices at which the call options are going to be opened, and I'll refresh and let you guys know if that's the case. As of right now, here we go for trading again. And let's see what we get. Oh, I forgot to log into Fidelity. Hold on. 1 second. Okay, as it stands, there was no increase on the options. Still 40 being the highest. There is now currently 4,787 in contracts that have been opened at this time after 20 minutes of trading at a $40 strike. The options between 35 and 40 have definitely started filling up. This is crazy, guys. This is crazy. Just remember, stay cool. Stay cool. It's all right. Do expect that at some point we will see that 20% failure in price. There will be SPFs along the way. Our current highest price right now is at $27.50, putting us at a 99% increase since $13.82, which was back on the 27th of last month. Remember the three golden rules here, guys. I know that a lot of times we're going to tend to forget those kind of things. We just did print a TD9, which should mean that we might see a little bit of a correction in price here for just a tad bit. We have been crawling up the top side of the Bollinger Band, which means we may kind of come back down and meet up with a simple moving average. But remember the rules, the golden rules here. Only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Rule number 2, buy and hold. And rule number 3, only use a broker, a good broker, who allows pre-market and after-hour trading, cash account, no margin accounts. I've had those rules set up there for a very long time for a very specific reason. Tom D says, Casey, who is that speaking in the message? Great question. It just is entitled, Remember Why You Started, Your World Within. So I don't know. I don't know who that is. I have no idea. Mick sent it to me though, and I liked it. I didn't want it for the song because I kind of felt like there was a different song that I wanted. Volume's currently at $24.96. We are at $26 roughly. Price is dropping a little bit here. It's probably going to find a little bit of support. Looks like it hit a level of looks like it passed a level of support and is falling back into the 25.40 to 26.56 range. You're welcome, Tom. Tim says you need to play him every day. You know what, Tim? I might just do that because I do tell you guys, remember your whys. So yeah. No, I don't want you to think like that, legendary member. I mean, you can think whatever you want, but I personally don't think that you should think of halts as moves to the downside just because it's halted. Oops, hold on a second. I'm gonna check the options chain real quick here again to see if that indeed did change at all. Okay, still showing 40. Yucca Frida, I can't confirm that to be the case. I don't have the data yet that would support that that's the case. However, what I can tell you is that we're definitely in the blow right now of a cycle. Alan, that will probably be the case. I mean, the way that I see this playing out is as following. Institutions, long brokers will be trying to accumulate as many shares as possible and trying to get us to close our positions before the 19th rolls around. That's what I'm expecting to see have happen. I think they want to get us out as soon as possible. GME halted. Let's check it out real quick. Cuddy Cut says, did you say that with these halts we tend to see, or did you say tendies? Either one works. Yeah. Sammy, oftentimes it's due to price movement within a certain period of time or volume. I've got halts listed. The halts that I have listed is a 20% movement in price within a 5-minute period of time. We'd have to go back and analyze this to see if that's what it was, but I don't. Hold on a second. Let me look it up in Trading View real quick here. I don't think that that's what it was, but let me just check. Yeah, I got 15.66% on the first 7 minutes of trading. So, I mean, it doesn't look like that's what it was. It was probably some type of volume halt. Let's see. Because the rule that I have written down here is 20% within the first 15 minutes of trading for a 5-minute period of time. And I don't think we violated that. So I don't think that it was a price movement on that halt. That was a 5-minute halt that we had. Let me just check. Let me check something real quick here from 9:36 to 9:31. Let me check that real quick and just see what that price change on that is. 9:36. Yeah, I got a 10.71% increase in price over that 5 bars. So if they're halting it, they're halting it early because normally it's supposed to the rule that I see according to the SEC is a 20%, not 10%. So they're actually working off of numbers that the rule is supposed to be within the first 15 minutes. It's supposed to be a 20% within a 5-minute period of time, but they halted on the rule of the 10% within a 5-minute period of time. But that's only supposed to be in effect from 9:46 till 3:34 in the afternoon. So they halted that too early. That was earlier than it should have been halted because it was definitely a 10%. Yeah, ready for some MOASS? That's right. You're correct. Normally, you're absolutely right. Normally it is through from 9:46 in the morning to 3:34. It's supposed to be 10%, a 5% and 10% within a 5 minute period of time. But from 9:30 to 9:45, it's supposed to be 20% within a 5-minute period, which is part of the reason why we see so much movement in the end 15 minutes of a day. So they halted that too soon. That halt shouldn't have happened. It should have been allowed to go 20%. But you're right though, because that percentage from 9:30 what time was that? 9:30 to 9:35, it was 10.71%. So it does appear that that's why they halted it. I wouldn't look at halts as being helping anybody in particular. It's just a rule. It's supposed to allow the market to be able to cool off, have a cooling period. This is why I always try to tell people, market halts, don't look at those for this particular play. Don't look at those as being a negative thing. In other positions, these daily runners that they've been trying to condition us into believing that they were, that the AMC is going to react the same way. Those do typically tend to favor the downside after halt. We got about 9 more minutes, or I mean, yeah, 9 more minutes before I take a look at the numbers. AP says crack open a cold one if you want to cool off. It's not a bad idea. I've always said that I wouldn't drink though. I wouldn't drink through MOASS. I take there's a couple things I take really seriously in life, guys, and one of them is poker. I try not to, unless it's a home game. I try not to drink during poker because it's not a good idea to drink and make bets. The other time that I don't drink is when I'm in MOASS. You don't mix alcohol and trading. Those things do not mix together. They're serious business. We did fall down underneath the 2540 level of resistance. Sorry, support. I said it backwards. Level support. We are at 2501. On the 1 minute, and I don't typically like to look at the RSI or the vortex indicator on a 1 minute, but it does show a crossover, more selling pressure than buying pressures occurring, so a divergence of those two values. But again, we'll take a look at the numbers here in just a little bit. There is 36.76 million shares having been traded so far after only 23 minutes of trading. Yeah, Ryan says you have to remember this is also a day trader play until the dividend. It's not just us versus hedgies. Going to be lots of ups and downs, and I agree. We're going to see a lot of ups and downs. 2750. Hold on 1 second. I got to put in my. I just want to make sure I've got my top in here. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to update my Excel spreadsheet over here so that I can get quick number responses from what I'm entering in. Let's see. Let's see. 195. All right, so synthetic price failure has changed. 2214 would be the starting point for that, and I need to move those numbers here. So give me just 1 more minute. I've got to fix the rest of these. I'm trying to set this up so that my computer gives me the data that I need, and I don't have to rely on doing the math every single time. All right, so let me move some of these synthetic price failure points. If you guys aren't aware what a synthetic price failure is, or what I deem it to be, I would look that up. It's under the description for the channel, and I've got an entire video in there describing what a synthetic price failure is. All right. I don't know why this keeps changing. All right, so we were climbing up the backside of this Bollinger Band here. It doesn't look like we actually had any touching points, although I do run on a 3 sigma on this, but we ran up this backside of this Bollinger Band. We did come back down to the simple moving average, bounced off of it, retested it, and actually broke through it. Now we're starting to see some more positive pressure being applied after we hit a bottom here of 24.54. It looks like it's going to try to retest back up. We're currently running at 24.98. Garrett, all I can tell you is that I can give you price predictions for all of us. I've got 27.10 to 30.10. Eric's got 28 to 31. Keto's got 24.13 to 27.13, and Monty's got 28.07 to 31.07. So I think based off of the number that I gave out earlier this morning, I think that there's more potential to run up. I think they'll wait to throw the kitchen sink higher levels, War Dog. There's more to be gained from dropping price, like 60, 70% when you're in the 100 range. So a lot of what you're seeing in price movement, guys, is coming from the market trying to make money on both sides of this. Letting the price rise up, letting it come back down. They're trying to generate some paper hands here. If the market does find paper hands, you'll see it continue to drop and hit the synthetic price failure at 22.14. If there are no paper hands, then the pressure to drive price down will be released, and we'll see some new high. If not, if there are paper hands that are found along the way, then they may continue to drop the price until they don't find any more. But this is going to be their mission right now. Their mission is to try and find as many shares as possible. So we're going to see a lot of up and downwards movement going forward. Thorbladed, I don't see it yet. Thanks, ABC. Janice says, just got a message from the public broker that said that they will let me know how they are going to handle the dividend as soon as they get a response from the clearing agent. That's what I'm saying, guys. It's way too early to be freaking out about what your broker is going to do. Wait until we find out that they've actually got the ticker approved for NYSE. Everybody just kind of relax a little bit, sit back, you don't need to, call your brokers just yet. Wait for them to get it listed and approved. So once they've got the approval from the NYSE, then we can start calling our brokers or seeing what our brokers have to say about how it's going to be issued. And we can really start taking some educated looks at what's happening. But to jump the gun and just simply take first reports on what our brokers are telling us is probably not the smart thing to do. Just kind of hold on a little bit. Just wait. We'll get there. There's nothing that can be achieved from trying to resolve that information currently, and when it's not even approved yet. It's way too early. And I would imagine, if I had to guess, that Adam Aaron will more than likely put out a message letting us know when that has occurred. So I wouldn't fret about it. We'll probably find out pretty quickly. Cuddy Cut says Adam Aaron only gave the hedgies and market makers 2 weeks. It's kind of cool, right? Yeah, it kind of is scalping a little bit there, Caitlin. That's how a market works. NC Proud Dad says, I can't wait to see the text on here when the stock hits the first triple digit price. John says, I think it's great that so many people called their brokers, though. They cannot deny that it's happening. Yeah. Don't worry about it, guys. I mean, you called your broker, I understand. It's not a big deal. It's too early to be getting good information, though. Okay. I just got word. I just got word that some new call options got opened up, or new strike prices got opened up for the futures for January of next year. I'm not watching all of them. Let me see if I can refresh. Let's see if this shows up here. I'm not seeing it. It's 9:03, guys. It's time to take a look at the numbers anyways. Slider MV says August 19th released up to 40 strikes as well. Awesome. Alrighty, guys. Let's take a look at our numbers. So I'm going to head over to the other screen. If I didn't read what it is you guys are saying, hold those thoughts until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Once you see the big tramp, that's when I will be able to officially see what it is that you guys are writing once again. But since this is the first time for us to cover some of these numbers for this morning, we're going to do a full, since market open anyways, let's do a full run through of the numbers like we normally do. And let me just drag a couple screens over here and we'll get that started. By the way, price is at 25.20. And let me just move a couple pages and we'll start looking at these numbers, seeing what's happening. All right, starting on the top left-hand side, price predictions for the day today. This is not financial advice. This is just 4 apes trying to guess the price within the $3 range, although we will do $5 ranges once we break past 25. I've got 27.10 to 30.10. Eric has 28 to 31. Keto has 24.13 to 27.13. And Monty has 28.07 to 31.07. So there is quite a range there in prices between us. We'll see who ends up getting right. I think we cover a pretty wide span of numbers, so that's pretty good. Taking a look at True Demon's MOASS trigger indicators, for the first time that I can recall, I think there might have been one other time, but for the first time that I can recall off the top of my head, short exempt volume is over 1 million shares, and it's actually more than 1 million. It was 2.59 million short exempt volume shares on Friday. Those numbers are massive. I've told you guys on many occasions, True Demon's numbers are 3 million for a target. My target is only 1 million. His numbers are like, you're definitely in MOASS. My numbers are like, here it comes. So 2.59 is extremely high. I would only need to see, I actually don't need to see a whole lot, but I'm pretty sure short exempt volume is going to be pretty high today. Utilization still meeting the requirements at 100% utilization for 125 straight trading days. And day over day price increase was 18.86% as of Friday. So, and we've met the conditions of 3 out of 3 for a greater than 5% increase on average over a 3-day span. Taking a look at max pain, that was $18 this morning when we woke up. I thought it might be around closer to 17, but 18 bucks is max pain by the end of the week today. I imagine that will change tomorrow. Taking a look at off exchange, normally at this time in the morning, I would expect to see off exchange around 44% and CBOE EDGX between 10 and 11%. I can guarantee those numbers are going to be way low. Oh, wow. Okay, off exchange actually is much, much lower than I would have anticipated. This tells me one very important thing. Institutions that normally let price discovery be hidden through off exchange movement are not doing that. Because the off exchange is actually only trading 41.01% of their volume through there, which tells me that they're looking for massive price improvement. 41.0%, 41.01%, and then the CBOE EDGX, which is the basically the ETFs for options, is currently showing 16.76%. For a grand combined total of 57.77% of our total volume going through those two off exchanges, which is actually way lower than what we're used to seeing. Normally by now we'd be seeing something like between 65 and 70%. So we're well underneath that. Taking a look at, which means that if they were to put more volume into the off exchange, we would see price drop quite a bit more. So there is that possibility. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, so far this morning was reported at 191.546 million. Giving that a refresh to see if it's changed. It has. Now reporting. Oh, hold on a second. 191.635. Not a record. Our record's 193.811 set on the 17th of May of this year. And taking a look at Ortex. Let's see here. So let's start. Where do we want to start at? Yeah, we'll start at borrow change. So far this morning, according to Ortex, there's been a total of 1.16 million shares having been borrowed. That's going to have the effect of increasing the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.79%. Cost to borrow average is at 9.18. Cost to borrow max is at 14.39, which is a little bit higher than usual. And min is at 7.6%. Shares on loan is up day over day from Friday, 4.44 million shares. I'm estimating about 1.6% of that was short interest. Did I say 1.6? I'm sorry. 1.6 million of that 4.44 million shares was short interest. Let's see here. Again, that utilization is at 100%, and I forgot to take you guys over to the other page. Let's take a look at what the numbers are looking like. There's that utilization for 125 straight trading days. We're going to zoom in on that on loan amount. There's your increase in 4.4 million shares going on loan. Usually when that many shares are new shares are put on loan, that usually drops your on loan average age per day, which it did from 61.92 to 58.9. Estimated short share interest of the free float with new loans being taken on is being estimated at 18.71. Security lending volume for Friday was slightly up from 19.3 to 20.96, and we are not on any security threshold lists. However, I will note that if you go over to the trading signals on Ortex, that it's giving 3 new trading signals as of the 6th of August. Short squeeze type 2, RSI type 3, and RS type 2, all buy signals. Recommended holding days 1, 2, and 3. Heavily most traded stocks. According to Fidelity, AMC is number 2 with a 56% buy to 44% sell ratio. GME is in 5th with a 50-50 buy sell ratio. SSR trigger price for the day today is $19.96. Shares available to borrow is at 3.1 million shares. I've only seen, it looks like they did borrow another 200,000 shares right there. Just return on the ETFs. So that's putting our total amount of shares borrowed for the day today at 1.9 million. Fees are at 6.5%. There's currently 60.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 65,000 contracts that are in the money. 58.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 657 contracts that are in the money. Oh, and you know what? Let me pull that back over real quick. $2023. I need to look at these here. I'll see if I can find these on Fidelity in a little bit. Price is at 24.57. NASDAQ's currently saying the market's up 1.39%, Dow Jones is up 0.84, and the S&P 500 is up 0.86. We currently have 5,186 advancers to 1,551 decliners. The market's cooking with bacon grease. It's hot. It's hot and tasty. Do note that while the market is up, the VIX is also up. A lot of volatility in the markets right now. It is up 0.66. VTI is up 1.05. IWD is up 0.91. Tesla's up 4.64, Amazon is up 1.61, Cinemark is up 5.01, Doge is up 3.68, Bitcoin is up 4.17, but not above the 24.8 number that I need to see for me to suggest that it's on a bullish run. GME is up 6.42, HYMC up 2.97. Wait, 2.0. Wait. HYMC is up 2.02, Hood is up 3.27, NCMI is up 1.16, and AMC is up 11.02%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $14 million more in inflow than outflow. So far, after 42 minutes, 41, after 44 minutes of trading, puts us on a pace for about 426 million shares traded for the day today. I do expect that to come down. Do note that if we average 250,000 shares per minute, let me just make sure this is right because that number seems really high. What are we doing? 44 minutes? Okay, it's right, 427. So do note that 250,000 shares traded in a single minute puts us at 100 million roughly shares traded for the day. Most of these minutes in here, like these smaller candles, some of our smaller, I shouldn't call them candles, columns, is 311,000 shares. That's some of our smaller ones. We have much larger columns of volume there. But you can see with the volatility decreasing as price was coming down, volatility was decreased. And so you may see, we're seeing probably a little bit of consolidation that's happening right now, and it's happening between a 24.23 level of support and a 25.40 level of resistance. On the weekly time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.57, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 81.55, which is signaling overbought. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 76.14, which is overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.70, which is overbought. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.31, which is signaling that just slightly above average. And let's take a look at the Ichimoto cloud. Again, when price runs into the conversion line, it does become a bit of a sell signal for day/swing traders, but it has not touched the baseline, so that would be a hard sell when it touches base. But it's not touched base at this point. The lagging line still is above price line, so this is where they might extend out to maybe a longer time frame, like a 4-hour. Look at that chart and see what that chart's saying. That chart is currently showing the conversion is well above the baseline and the lagging line is above price line, and price is above all of that, meaning this could potentially be a hold position. We do have a green cloud coming up on Thursday, meaning we might see a reversal by Thursday, Friday time frame. A reversal, and actually it could come before then, and it could potentially push us down through the cloud by that time, meaning we could come down before then. But we'll see. Time will tell. Price is currently $24.60. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing. Andre, I think we're doing pretty decently here. Yeah, it feels like halts are bad, but they're not. It's just it's an attempt to try and curb volatility in the market. Volume estimate for the day today, Keto, is 170 to what do I have? 170 to 200 million is my volume prediction for the day. Yeah, Mysterious Motorsports, what you got? I mean, my volume prediction for the day is 170 to 200, but we're averaging our average pace right now, which is obviously going to come down throughout the day, is at 427. That'll come down though. Fork says I'm mildly amused this morning. Yeah, no doubt, right? Let's see here. Is it just me, or does it look like some of my stuff got moved? Oh, I know what I'm missing. I'm missing this. There we go. Well, that doesn't look right. There it is. My Ortex data wasn't showing up at the bottom of the screen. Cash Buyer says, wow, I just found your channel. Excellent, DD. Great info. You have a new subscriber for sure. Hey, man, welcome to the Cash Buyer. Welcome to the family. We've got a good group of people here, some really smart individuals. And I feel fortunate. I feel fortunate to be amongst some amazing people. So I really do enjoy the conversations we have in here. So welcome. Don't hesitate to ask questions, be a part of the community, and shout out what you see. I don't catch everything. So if you've got something you want to share with the group, share. Carl says, "Hey Casey, good morning. I don't know, but I feel maybe you have avoided my question, which is fine. If you want to answer, I was just asking about the phases. Like maybe we are going into the bang phase. We are in the blow phase right now, Carl. We're in the blow phase, and the next phase after this would be a cool down period. So, I've kind of had some discussions with some of the people from the Discord. It's kind of my opinion that we may see another cool down period before moving into another phase before this is all over. It's just I see something. I just see what looks like us entering into the blow a little bit too early. Just because the blow phase doesn't typically last more than a couple days on average. Sometimes it's even just one day. But based off of today's price movement and volume, I think we're going to at least get 2 days out of the blow. But yeah, I mean the blow phase, typically speaking, doesn't usually last more than 6 or 7 days. So there might be another cycle in here to where we would see um, some more of the typical cycle stuff that we see. And you know what I'm talking about if you've read up on it. Mysterious Motorsports says, in regards to voting, if retail sells out of Ape and a institution grabs the Ape shares, will we lose the voting power for AMC? I would agree with that. Which is part of the reason why I feel like, holding through and getting those shares is probably a great idea. Alex, I'm not talking about, well, I try not to talk about people specifically, so I don't know what I said that makes you think I'm talking about you, but I try not to talk about people specifically. Oh, in regards to being smart. Got it. Yes, I'm talking about all of you. Yeah, Brian, yeah, I think I just talked about the blow, so it should have satisfied your question. Don't worry about it, Carl. Don't ever feel like you need to be pressured to be here. Sometimes you got to take a break, you got to walk away, step, re-energize, and then come back. Set price limits, or price alerts rather, to where you're notified, and then take some time off if you need to. Harry Nutsack said, "Wow, a 2-day blow. Gotta love a 4-stroke engine." Sean says, "This dividend and all the share account info, I don't think we can compare this to a normal stage, can we?" Yes, I do think we can. Because we were leading up. So far, everything's been meeting all the conditions and requirements for a normal cycle. I think this rushed it. I think this rushed the cycle. John says, "Just relax, hold on, and take cold showers." SSR is on. Yes, that is correct, M height. It triggered at market open on Friday, which means it extends into today. Ellie says, "Casey, first time on here. Very impressed with your thought, coverage, and knowledge. It's good to know you'll be here for us during the squeeze to help with the nerves." Whew. I thought you were here for me. I thought you were going to help me control my nerves. No, yeah, we got to stay cool. We really got to stay cool and through this whole process. And it's an amazing thing. We're in my opinion, we're creating history here, and I think it's really exciting. It's hard not to be excited about it, but we really do have to kind of control our emotions. Mysterious Motorsports, I haven't seen your question yet. I've been waiting to see it here. Really confusing dividend. Laugh out loud. The Big Tramp's asking, Casey, do you think we can see $72 again with this blow? I mean, I'll tell you what, Big Tramp. I think institutions want to get us out of our positions as fast as possible, especially while things are kind of unknown. I tend to think that we're going to see some larger dollar amounts, although I hate to commit to it. But the only way that I think that institutions can get us to paper hand is by showing us large amounts of money and then taking it away, and then showing large amounts of money to us again and then taking it away, and then showing us large amounts of money again and taking it away, and showing us large amounts of money again. Do you see what I'm saying? You know where I'm going with this? Like this is going to be a process, and I told you guys a long time ago that you thought holding through this downside pressure was hard. You just wait. You just wait because it's going to be tough watching price go up to $150 and back down to 60, and then driving up to $280 and dropping down to 120, and then driving up to $450 and dropping down to 200. Those are going to be tough. It's going to take some serious diamond hands for people to hold through that. NC Proud Dad says I need to take a break and get a blow. This is gonna be an it's gonna be an emotional roller coaster ride, guys. And so if we can learn to curb our emotions on some of these first ones, like get that excitement out the door and get serious. And I know that sounds no fun. Like who wants to be serious when when stuff is fun. If we can learn to control those emotions and just watch it without being too emotional, then it's going to help us in the end to achieve what it is that we want to achieve. So, I completely understand why everybody would be really happy seeing the prices where we're at right now, which is at $25.30 with volume at 54.59 million shares having traded so far, but really curbing that enthusiasm just a little bit will pay off. Looking at those 5 whys, every single time you get too giddy, pulling those 5 whys out and getting serious for just a minute, repeating to yourself, why am I here? Why am I here? Why did I do this? What did I come here for? And I'm not saying your 5 whys have to be the same as my 5 whys. They don't. But remembering why you're here is important. NC Proud Dad says why point zero. So you know what? If you ever go look at what I want you to do, NC Proud Dad, is I want you to go look at the SPACs that they open up all the time. If you go to Fintel and you look up Citadel and you look at their SPACs that they open up, par value is always 0.01. I want you to just get that out of your head right now. Just the whole idea about the whole 0.01 crap, like just get it out of your head right now. Like completely forget about the 0.01. That's what they always list. It's always 0.01. It's just a way of listing something as being like it has some, it's in existence. But get that out. The whole 0.01 stuff, just get it out of your head. Just completely forget about it, and let's not even talk about it because it's not even worth bringing up. It's pointless. Yeah, Hayden says, NC, I think it's just a placeholder number. It is. It's just basically telling you this exists. It's not just made up something. It's in existence. So we have to give it some kind of value. It's always 0.01. Go look at a SPAC. Go to Fintel, pull up Citadel, look at any one of the SPACs that they've opened up in the last, I don't know, bazillion years. Where they've been funneling money into these SPACs and see what the par value is on those. They're all 0.01. It's always 0.01. Hedge Trimmer says, I want to hear Citadel, Susquehanna, BlackRock, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Bank of America going under on the brink of collapse. I want them to beg. uh, I can't say I don't disagree. Um, yeah. Brian Carpenter says, is it rock strong or rock hard? It was rock strong. Rock strong. Pantheon's going to release a cologne after this is all over, and he's gonna call it Rock Strong by Pantheon. Who knows what it's gonna smell like? Oh yeah, somebody said it's gonna be the tears of hedge funds. It'll smell like the tears of hedge funds. You can bathe yourself in the smell of tears. Myself says that sounded dirty. Nasir says AMC and Ape, in my opinion, will double in price in 2 weeks and no stopping after that. I think that's gonna be the main key goal. I think here, guys, is that I think the attempts to try and get you to sell before this is all over, before they get to that Ape unit issuance to us is going to be very high. But I think the goal that I think a lot of us should be trying to maintain, and it's not, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, but the goal that I want to have is to try and get those shares if possible. And the reason that I say that is that I don't want to see those shares go into the wrong hands. Adam Aaron is giving us a unique opportunity to be able to buy back into the company without actually buying back into the company, and that's pretty incredible. It's in a sense doing a lot of the things that we've asked him to do, but it is also giving him the opportunity to be able to, dilute Ape, not AMC, but dilute Ape, and then later potentially dilute AMC if we choose to vote for it. But he's not saying he's going to do that to AMC though, and so I think I'm reading the comments on the side as I'm talking, and you guys are distracting me. He's because I read Wealthy by Casey. Where was I saying? Oh yeah, it's an amazing opportunity to be able to have a doubling of our position, and then it's incredible, guys. Like literally, you don't have to now. The pressure, from my perspective, the pressure on trying to on needing to buy back shares, because I told you guys I was going to buy 125 shares after this was all said and done. I would rebuy back in for that much, because if you take 4.1 million shareholders divided by the float, it ends up being on average about 125 shares a person. And so I said I'd buy my fair share back after this was all said and done. Now I don't feel like I have to. He's actually given me the opportunity to hold my position through to the 22nd and receive the buyback, and then like a doubling, a complete buyback of everything that it is that I already currently have. And that's way more powerful than just a simple, stupid 125 shares. So I think that's great. I'll take it. And see, Proud Dad says, my cologne's going to be called Ape and smell like bananas. Banana toilette. Nasir, it may. If it may prove that there's large paper hands in existence, but we'll see. I'm gonna watch it. John says shorts cannot cover unless we sell. If we push them closer to the date of Ape coming out, then it's over. And I would agree. Jordan says lots of shills today talking about selling and low price targets. Move on, shills. We don't. Yeah, guys, if you do sell, I'm gonna. This is I think a new rule that we added. I've only had one rule, which is never to talk about additional stocks that are out there because this is just an AMC channel. But when you exit your position, there's a new rule. When you exit your position, do so with silence. No farting while trading. But seriously though, if you do decide to exit your position on this, would request that you leave in silence. I will. I have a place two different places that I'm putting together in order for us to talk afterwards for those of us who have exited our position. And I would just suggest that you go there and talk with the people who are there. Ethan says they forgot to turn on my sell button. I haven't been able to find it for almost 2 years. Yep, 58.56 million in volume so far. Prices at 25.58 and starting to rise. We do appear to be on a little bit of a ascending, might be ascending parallel, but I'll have to check it out here in just a few minutes. Broke Ape says, "Why is AMC positive? It's supposed to be. It's making me nervous." Sit back and relax. Enjoy the ride. Strap in. Nope, and that's Cash Buyer says only question I have regarding the dividend is with synthetics. Won't we all just be getting a fraction of our AMC shares if BSO when part of the maybe that's because I don't know what that is. When part of the AMC price is redistributed to Ape, won't that unproportionally decrease? Maybe is what you were going to write there. And I think I understand what it is that you're trying to say, but the answer is that they've got to find the shares, and if they can't find the shares, they're screwed. And no, we will not be getting. You know what I want you to understand is that your shares are not synthetic. I know we've talked so long about synthetic shares in existence, but just because you have your shares in your brokerage account and they may have purchased a position for you that's not actually been filled, doesn't mean that you're not entitled to your Ape share. You're still entitled to it, so they have to give it to you. Yeah, we'll have a 1-to-1 split. They've got to give it to you. Cash Buyer says real G's move in silence like lasagna. Oh man, BC, how did you know? Ooh, BC kind of knows. I feel like I think he knows what it's called. Where is Valhalla? That's actually what it's called. I've got someplace lined up and it's called Valhalla. Oh wait, maybe it's not called Valhalla. No, I called it something else. It's close. It's not Valhalla, but it's close. It's something else. Strap into the big tramp. Lisa says about 6 months ago I found you on YouTube. Thanks to people clicking like button attracts more viewers. Glad I'm on your. I don't ever want people to feel the pressure to push the like button here, Lisa. That's not what I'm about. I don't care. I mean, if you want to hit the dislike button, go. I actually it encourages me more to see dislikes than it does to see likes. If you want to hit the dislike button, hit it. I'm okay with it because it makes me that more passionate to know that somebody comes back on a daily basis to dislike me. That's way more powerful, and it tells me I'm on the right track to see more dislikes or to see dislikes than continuous dislikes that keep coming back for more. I love that. I love it because it tells me I'm on the right track. Yeah, John says synthetic shares are a broker problem. Don't let the FUD affect you, and it's true. It is not our problem. We do not have to worry about synthetic share issues. Our brokers have to worry about that. Cuddy Cut says two hypothetical questions. Would it make sense to sell Ape dividend after August 22nd to buy more AMC shares? Let me think about that, Cuddy Cut. I'll think about that. I personally think I would personally hold on to the Ape shares. My initial thought process is and I haven't really thought about it too much, so let me think about it some more. But I think I would personally hold on to the Ape shares just because of the fact that um, I think those are providing value to us as we can currently see. So I think selling those shares might not be what we want to do. I think those are actually adding to the value that we have that we're discovering right now. Because that basically that gives more incentive for those who want the shares to stop pushing the price up. So I would say initially no. If someone were to sell Ape shares, would their equivalent AMC shares reset for tax purposes, long-term gain? No. I am not a tax expert, and I think that that would be a question for somebody who knows the taxes, but my initial thought process would be no. Your long-term gains that you have for your AMC shares are your long-term gains. Wait a minute. I said that backwards. Your exemption from long-term or your exemption from short-term gains. Yeah, maybe I did say it right. Your exemption from short-term gains would not reset. What are your thoughts on buying pressure when AMC hits when AMC win? Sorry, with AMC when Ape hits, I think it's going to be high. You gotta realize, guys, that there's a short period of time on the 19th to where shares are distributed, and then shares are actually put into people's accounts on the 22nd, meaning it kind of almost gives broker dealers the opportunity to be able to move things around once real quick before they're actually distributed into accounts. So there's probably going to be a lot of movement on the 19th. I would think. I don't know for sure, but I would think that that would be the case. It doesn't really matter, Jana. It doesn't hurt me. There's no pain for me from hitting it, so I'm trying to keep up here, guys. I'm trying to keep up. Every time I think I'm keeping up, I'm not. Conspiracy theory is that they will let it run up hard to make people feel like they should sell before Ape dividends are given out. Yes, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. Run up, run down, run up, run down, run up, run down, run up, run down, rinse and repeat, and trying to get as many paper hands as possible. Jordan says 61 million in volume. That is correct. 61.6 million in volume with $25.40 being the price. You know, it's bound to happen. M height. I'm not really focused. I'm trying not to focus on those numbers. I don't want to focus on it. It's going to happen. You know, there's going to be more and more people who want to know what's going on with AMC, and they're going to want to look at it on a constant basis, and they're going to want to have questions answered, and that's what I've been here for the whole time. So, and I'm going to try to do the best that I possibly can to help people out in understanding what's going on here, um, why we're a part of this, right? Why wise? Know your whys. I really kind of wish I had made the title something different today because I put Sweet Mother of Volume because I woke up and saw the volume like I always do every single day. I looked at it and I was like, dang, that's awesome looking. I think it was like 250,000 shares when I woke up. Ooh, the Big Tramp says, Casey, do you think the NYSE can deny listing Ape? I do. I do think that. I mean, this is why people are kind of getting ahead of the game here and asking their brokers. Yeah, I see the buffering myself. People are kind of getting ahead of the game a little bit here and trying to figure out, if how their broker is going to pay them, whether it be a cash dividend or a unit, an APE unit, and that's a problem. Like, stop getting ahead of yourself. Let this kind of follow the course, follow the path, and react. I know you guys want to get ahead of the game, but there is such a thing as getting too far ahead of the game. Because then all you're doing is just creating fear, right? Because if a lot of people don't know um, or can't find out answers, then it's that uncertainty that causes fear. So if you push too hard for answers to questions that you can't get, then all you're really doing is just essentially causing uh, panic within the community. So you need to kind of take your time, get your information, and don't just post it, right? Like, get answers first. Find out answers to things that you're finding out, and then if you can't figure out any answers, then maybe you post it and see if the community can help finding out the answers. But just trying to be the first person to post something so that everybody else sees it doesn't really help the community out at all. It doesn't give us any answers. It just gives us a problem. Be problem solvers, not problem makers. If you find a problem, find the answer to it, or contact somebody who can help you find an answer to it, and then post about it. Because can you imagine if the very first person who had a Fidelity post saying that they were getting a cash dividend, if they had actually gone and talked to somebody at a higher level and they said, oh, no, that's wrong, let us issue some kind of new statement. And then you could have gone to the community and said, guys, you may have received this email, but FYI, it was put out in advance when they weren't really sure what was going on yet. And so therefore, there's no need to freak out. It's just they posted some information that was incorrect. And here's the true answer. Gary, you're not in a timeout. I see you. Brandon, that's a great question. I don't know the answer to it. Brandon asks, what happens to retail buying pressure after August 22nd? Max Payne today is $18, Maggie. I don't think that the Ape price is going to follow AMC at all. I think that they will be independent of each other, and I think that they won't necessarily run on the same prices at all. And I don't know who suggested that they'll run the same, but I wouldn't make that suggestion. I don't see any questions from you, Gary, but if you're posting links, your posts won't show up. And I'm trying to keep up as much as I can, but I'm going back in the thing in the chat here, and I don't see anything posted by you. So don't post links, or you won't be seen. Keto, it wasn't a faulty. Well, actually, that's a great question. Because it shouldn't have been at 10% at that time in the morning. I would put a question out to the SEC. That's who I put a question out to. Why was the market halted inappropriately this morning? because it should have been for the first 15 minutes of trading. It should have been a 20% um, grace period, or 20. That's not the right word. A 20% limit within a 5-minute period of time, and it triggered after 10 point. What did I say? 10.71. 10 point. Yeah, 10.71. All right, I will. I'll try to get on that when I go to break here, Kita. Um, I'll start. I'll start getting on that one. Let me write it down. I'll make some inquiries. Steven says they're now sideways trading on AMC and GME. You can almost bet that they're trying to reduce volume right now. You can see volatility is definitely pinching down in here. Let's see, our last couple minutes of volume. Normally they like to get volume underneath 60,000 shares a minute before they start letting price run again. Right now, the last minute was 184,000 shares traded. The minute before was 333. Most of these minutes, they're starting to knock us down under 250 a minute, which is what you need to average for 100 million shares traded by the end of the day. Dan, come on, man. You're not new around the block here. Gary says, my question was, did you guys talk about what CSI had to say last? No, I don't believe so. I don't think we tried to talk about any one specific person or people. Just we were a little disappointed in the community as a general about like just jumping to conclusions. I'll tell you right now, guys. Like I don't like seeing people go out there and just start making a big show out of something that is not a big show to make out of it. Like legit, you know, keep it to yourself. Figure out the answers and keep it to yourself until you know. We're 2 weeks out from an issuance of a share that doesn't even a stock ticker that doesn't even exist yet, and you're telling people already that you got problems with this, some kind of letter that was released by a broker. Like, give me a break. What are you? Are you a kid? Like you can't hold it long enough to just figure it out? Hold on to the information. Figure things out and then go to people with the correct answers, and don't just sit there and try to be the first person on the block who's got an answer. You know what I mean? Because you don't have an answer. All you got's like first level person, and you called them up on the phone. They said, yeah, it says cash dividend right here. They just read back to you exactly what you're reading, and it's like, come on, guys, come on, you got to be better than that. And I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about us as a community in general. Like we got to be better than that. We are our own worst enemy. We can't be putting out bad information, any of us. We need to be much, much better about that. I got the halt. I got the halt this morning at 9:30, 9:31 to 9:36. Sorry, 9:30 to 9:35 is the price points. The halt was at 9:36. And the price movement in that time frame was 10.71. Normally, halts should happen at about 10% in a 5-minute period of time, which that was. However, the rules state that the halt is supposed to occur at 9:30 to 9:45 in the morning for a 20%, not 10%. So they halted it too early. Manjit, yes, it could. It could. I don't want to commit to it, but it could. There's a lot of pressure on brokers to accumulate shares right now. Pantheon says, sadly, this weekend exposed many influencers for having no clue what they're trying to come off as experts on the most basic stuff. It's just take time. You know what I mean? Just take some time to not be the first person on the block to get some information out until you have real solid answers. That Pantheon, Tony, and myself, we all decided that we were going to wait and read through the information first and not just try to rush through it. And I still, even though we all got together on a Sunday night, I still feel like there's things that we may have missed. And that's Sunday, right? That gave us like, what was that, 3 days, 3.5 days worth of time to put together information. Like that's a long, that's I feel like that's a long time, but it still wasn't enough. I still haven't completely 100% read through the prospectus, and I don't think anybody here can say they have. Maybe Pantheon. But I don't think that anybody's fully read through the entire prospectus, and I'm still trying to get through 100% of it. But I did skim read through a lot of it looking for specific things that I was looking for that would give me answers to what I needed to know. Cuddy Cut says, a friend of mine told me to check on my E-Trade that the settings for dividend dividend drip drop, I think you meant drop, should be turned off. We'll talk about that later. I'm not going to talk about that just yet because I know a lot of people are talking about, a lot of brokers have a setting for that, and I'm not going to talk about it just yet. We're not there. Myself, you're such a troublemaker. Broke Ape says, yeah, none of the brokers knows what's going on as of yet. They'll give you the same answers from the earnings. I made Fidelity talk to the dividend division and got my. I mean, yeah, it's going to be. You got to wait. You can't rush the broker. They don't even have the ticker up yet and approved, guys. Like NYSE legit has not even approved it yet, unless there's breaking news that I haven't even received. Let me see if Adam Aaron's posted anything yet. Nope. I imagine that as soon as Adam Aaron gets approval, he'll probably be tweeting it out. Actually, we'll probably get an SEC filing first notification, and then shortly thereafter, we'll probably get a tweet. Point Break Thor says, Casey, what makes you think that people spreading FUD isn't intentional? I would add that to what Pantheon just said. You know, there might be some truth to that, sir. There might be some truth to that. Although I have to say, though, that I think that for some content creators, it may be about getting the information out first so they get the views first. So, I would take a look. I don't know. Credibility should mean a lot to people. And unfortunately, in this day and age, I just don't know that credibility is necessarily. I mean, people. I don't know. I feel like people can just say I'm sorry and then just get away with it all the time. Just keep doing it. Carlos says, Casey, when people said 500%, 1000% on profits, what exactly is the gain? I'm not sure what you mean by that. That sentence kind of throw me off there a little bit. Oh man, I am Wall Street's blind eye. What you just said right there is probably one of my biggest pet peeves. When people come over to me and ask me, so and so said this, what do you think about it? Like, that just drives me nuts. I hate that. I can't even begin to tell you guys how much I hate that. it's almost like people are just trying to create division with responses. Like, I mean, it's nuts. I'm getting buffered again here. I lose you, but I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and try to run through the numbers real quick and then go to break. If I get halted here, just be ready for it. Danny says you better have the best internet on the block after this squeeze. I'm gonna start my own ISP. I've heard people can do that. Like you can legit start your own ISP and like get like amazing bandwidth. I might I might try to get all my neighbors to like buy into it, and then I'll just route cabling to everybody through the backyards, and we'll just get like some of the best internet access. Alrighty, guys, let's take a look at the numbers. It's time. Uh, for those of you who are kind of new, since I know I've got a lot of newish people watching, I run through the numbers on the hour every hour, and I try to keep the numbers. The very first after market opens, I go through everything, and then there's a more condensed version that I do right after or for the rest of the day. So we'll kind of go through a. Carlos says we will screw the shorts, but not your Wi-Fi. I'm trying to log into my broker right now, and it gave me a problem on my first initial try, and now I'm getting through now. This is the other thing too, right? Like if you can't. Interesting. Oof. So I have two-factor authentication set up on it, and it took them about 10 seconds to get the code through. So this is good to know. If I start encountering more and more problems, I may have to reconsider. Don't look at your account numbers, guys, on what you're. Don't look at your values. Don't do it. Don't. I know that I said it, and you're gonna go look now, but don't do that, guys. Just don't do it. I'm telling you right now, I'm probably going to throw some black tape over the top of my screen right where that number pops up because I don't want to see that number throughout this process. It's going to cause you to have feelings you shouldn't have. Let's take a look at these numbers here. Now that the big tramp's off the page, guys, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you're writing. So if I haven't commented on it, I probably won't end up seeing it. So hold those thoughts specifically for me until after. But let's do a run through on these numbers here. I'm going to move a couple screens over. And we can take a look at what's going on. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the morning, I would expect on a normal day to see somewhere around 49% of our volume going through the off exchange and about 11 to 12% through the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at. We got 45.26 through the off exchange and 15.4 through the EDGX. So the EDGX is super high, but the off exchange is super low. This means that some of our price discovery is coming from the fact that long institutions are not heavily utilizing off exchange to control price movement. So this essentially what Adam Aaron has done right here is he's caused long institutions to start doing what they should be doing, which is accumulation of shares to represent how much in share ownership we have. So this is why we're seeing lower numbers in off exchange, in my opinion. We currently are showing a combined total with those two off exchanges, 60.66% of our volume going through just those two off exchanges. Normally we'd be seeing around high 60s to 70%, so much, much lower, even with the EDGX being super high. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was a reporting of 1.16 million shares having been borrowed. That number is now 1.87. That higher amount of borrowed amount is going to slightly raise that estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18.84 percent. Cost to borrow average is at 9.15. Max is at 14.39. Min is at 7.26. Shares on loan for the day today is 131.77 million, which is up 4.44 million. I'm estimating 1.6 of the 4.44 was probably short interest on Friday. Taking a look at the options. Highest amount of call volume. Currently at a $30 strike price. Wow, that's up $10 from what it was last week. Last week, and I'll just throw this number out there. Last week, the amount of volume that we saw on Friday was 58.6 thousand contracts that were created. Today, there's 30.5 thousand contracts at a $30 strike price. That's at $10 more than what it was last week. On puts, at a $19 strike price, that was the high for last week for puts. It is currently $22 now. Wait, nope, 20. Scratch that. I had my screen not moved over far enough. Let me just make sure. Yeah. $20 strike price. So there's a $10 spread. At a $20 strike price, which is up $1 from last week, there's currently 8.6 thousand contracts. Putting us at seven times. Is that right? No, that's not right. What am I saying? Four times. Let's see, 36. No, it would be 3 times. Just a little over 3 times the amount of call volume versus put volume there. With again a strike spread between $20 and $30, meaning the market is looking like it's going to close somewhere between 20 and 30. That's a really big spread. It's not giving us a whole lot of information. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently the second most heavily traded stock according to Fidelity, with 54% buys to 46% sales. GME is coming in fifth with 49% buys to 51% sales. SSR is tripped for the day today. If it were to trip again for tomorrow, it would be $19.96. Shares available to borrow is at 3.1 million shares. That's no change, I think, from an hour ago. And there's only been returns on the ETFs. I do expect to see these numbers drive up quite a bit, as I believe that the closing of short interest is going to occur pretty heavily. And for the most part, it probably already has occurred, and that's why you're seeing more additional shares available to borrow. Fees are currently at 6.5%. We have 39,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 86.7 thousand contracts that are in the money. 58.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 469 total in the money puts. Guys, I'm changing my view on options. And I know it sucks to swing on this on you, but long institutions are under pressure right now to gather shares, to accumulate. I don't know if that's going to change, but my viewpoint on options has changed a bit here, because now they're actually doing what it is they're supposed to do. The chances of you trying to find, due to implied volatility, finding a good call option that's going to be actually bringing you good money is probably going to be very, very difficult to do. But the likelihood of making money now is greater than it would have been in the past, and I don't think that long institutions are trying to prevent price from running at this point, as seen through the off exchange. Taking a look, the Nasdaq is up 1.06, Dow Jones is up 0.78, and the S&P 500 is up 0.74. We currently have 5,114 advancers to 1,715 decliners. The market's cooking with bacon grease because it's moving pretty quick and getting tasty. The VIX is down 1.09, surprisingly. Now, if I go over here and I look at the SPY, SPY is up 0.73, but yet the VIX up 0.73, almost a full percent on the SPY. I would expect to see VIX down a little bit more than what it is right now, maybe 3 or 4%, but it's only down 1.51, which means there's a lot of volatility going on in the options futures. VTI is up 0.96, IWD is up 1.02, Tesla is up 4.87, Amazon is up 0.3, Cinemark is up 4.69, Doge is up 3.34, Bitcoin is up 4.39, but not over the 24.8 number that I need to see for to be a bullish run. GME is up 11.74, HYMC is up 3.47, Hood is up 4.33, NCMI is up 3.18, and AMC is up 18.10%. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have, oh, wait, hold on, I was on the wrong one. We currently have $7 million more of inflow than outflow, with 73.26 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's kind of see what pace we're on here. We got 163 minutes into the day. We're on pace for 175.4 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's actually going to be lower, much lower than, well, it's already dove down enough to where I'm looking like I'm going to probably end up being wrong on volume prediction. But this is going to be a little bit of an opportunity, I think, for me to adjust my volume predictions based off of pre-market volume. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we end up getting a spike in volume in the later half of the day and end up being completely right on my volume prediction. But we'll see. I'll make adjustments if I need to. But as it stands, I predicted between 170 and 200 million shares traded by the end of the day today. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 65.89 million. Or what am I saying? Woo, too many numbers. More buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 65.89%, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 83.82, which is overbought, signaling for overbought. On the hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 81.46, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than, hold on a second. Nope. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 78.7, signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 69.64, which is almost signaling overbought. Let's see if I can get an idea on where we're heading to based off the pattern. Little pattern chart analysis. It does look like we're on an ascending parallel channel here to me. Let's see how long this lasts for. Well, you know what? It's already starting to break out upwards on this. I'm gonna state this real quick that I think oftentimes when we see breakouts on ascending parallel channels like this, which is not the way, because this is supposed to be a bearish indicator. When we see breakouts going up, a lot of times that tends to mean that we're on a cup and handle, the backside of a cup. Let me just check and see, because I can't imagine that we're on the backside of a cup right now, because we just completed one. There might be like a bigger cup here somewhere. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Never mind. It's just maybe been a test here. Yeah, so this should break out going down. Oftentimes, breakout points tend to be where you have Fibonacci retracements, like in here. So what you would see have happen is you'd see price consolidate in here. So you're using this this Fibonacci level of resistance with this bottom trend line of the ascending parallel channel, and you see price kind of consolidate down into that and then break out going down. It may happen before. This is just kind of a suggested point here leaving out just the tip here because it's not going to consolidate that far into the tip. It may actually break out before. We'll see. But it does look like an ascending parallel channel that we're on right now. Let me just readjust this because it's not quite on. There we go. Let's do that. And I'll put the Bollinger Bands back up here. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing, and then I'm going to head to break here pretty soon. Oh, you just wait, Brian. You just wait. I'm waiting for the right time. I like Phil Collins to come out at the right time. Cindy says, honestly, I feel like they're going to let it run to new all-time highs, then crash it down to shake out people before we MOASS. Cindy, I don't disagree. Broke Ape says, yeah, they'll get those shares from options. That's my, you know, that's what I kind of see happening. Broke Ape, more than likely, they'll be exercising and collecting shares through those. Brian says he's working on the hot cotch sauce. Hot cotch sauce. That'll never get old. Current short interest Broke Ape was 18. Hold on, it should be on the page now. I would assume, right? Yeah, 18.84. It's kind of a small number down below the trigger price for SSR, but it's on the page there. It's just probably really hard to see. I'm thinking about. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking about updating the page here a little bit, guys, because I feel like there's a way. I feel like there's a way for me to consolidate some of the stuff that I have up on the page, and I think I would like to do that. I've been kind of toying around with the idea, but I've been busy with so much other stuff that's been happening that I haven't had time for it. Excuse me. Oof. Institutes still hold 37%, so most will sell before 2 weeks. Bring price down maybe 30%. Pantheon said, he said just the tip. I've been saying it for so long. Who was it? Somebody said last night about taking the big tramp to Long Island or something like that. Or I don't remember what it was that they said, but it made me laugh. I was like, hey, that kind of sounds sexy. Ryan says their play until dividend for shorts is to attempt to break volume so they can ladder. You can't ladder crazy buying. So, and Ryan, I don't know how long you've been hanging out around here, but hedge funds are not in control of price anymore, in my opinion. Our brokers have been controlling price since November, and they've been collecting money off the derivatives and just milking the cow. And essentially, what Adam Aaron just did is with his suggestion on the creation of Ape units to be issued out as a dividend. And I know we're trying to steer away from the whole dividend wording for it, but Pantheon, remind me again what it is we're calling it now, because I know that we're trying to steer away from that, and I want to do it as well. But with the issuance of that, what he's basically caused to have happen here is institutions are looking at this and saying, "Oh crap, we're going to need shares," and so they need to start accumulating. And so how best to accumulate is to play this game of how do we get retail to sell. The other game that can be played is through options. Like Einstein just said, gamma is going to be satisfying. If they want to collect, another way to collect shares would be for them to buy call options and then exercise those call options. So there's a couple different ways that they can collect shares along the way. Oh, Rhode Island. I thought he said New York. I don't know. Whatever. It sounded funny, whatever he said. But I have fairly good proof, Ryan, that this everything changed in November of last year, and that it's actually been our main enemy who's been holding price down has been our brokers. But Adam Aaron's plan is basically put them in a situation to where now they have to start doing what it is that they're supposed to do, which is buy shares and hold them. They got to figure out how to get us to sell too. Preferred unit issuance. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pantheon. I appreciate that. I'm going to write that in here. I'm going to have to move my keyboard. I'm running out of desk room space to write on my glass. Preferred unit issuance. You know, it's those kind of things. What we got is it? Can I just call it an acronym? A PEW? Can I call it a PEW? Preferred share issuance. Thank you. Because I want to jump on board with that because I really do like calling it that more than a dividend, just because we're all aware, well aware of the fact that a dividend is not something that was supposed to be issued until next year. So, I think it's really important that we kind of call it really what it is, to kind of help people to understand that this is not, it's different. It's slightly different. Pew pew lasers. Wait, hold on. It's been a while. You just said that and made me think of it. If you're gonna do pew pew lasers, you gotta get Gazer Beam Gary in here. Good old Gazer Beam Gary. It's been a little while since we've seen him. Pew pew. Preferred share issuance. I think I saw somebody else. Somebody else put PEU. Who put that? Preferred equity unit. PEU. That's a pew. But Pantheon would have been PUI. Pewy? Preferred unit. Oh, I put preferred share. Preferred. I gotta scratch this out. Preferred unit issuance. See, that's how bad my attention span is. Unit. Because that I should be able to remember because it's a unit and it's like, he said unit. All right. Preferred unit issuance. Derek says Casey Pugh is my daughter's initials. Those are cool initials, man. Bradley, my firstborn son, his initials are BS. I always thought my mom wasn't too happy about that. She's like, "You do realize his initials are going to be BS, right?" And I said, "Yeah, that's great. Like, think about how cool that's going to be as a kid, that he can be all like BS on his papers when he's asked to sign, when he's asked to put his initials down, and you just put BS on there." I'm like, "That's really cool." She didn't think that was cool. Roaster guy says, "I'll help them to get me to sell. Give me 5,000 per share." BC says, "Oh my God, that's hilarious." Gazer Beam Gary. It's Gazer Beam Gary. Good old. You gotta add the good old in there. It's good old Gazer Beam Gary with his pew pew Gazer Beam. Pewy pewy. You gotta have good old Gazer Beam Gary watching this, watching the line for us here. All right, I'm gonna take off to break here, guys. Caitlin's saying China pump and dump right now, 97 to 200, now down to 133. Please, can you do a look No, you know I don't do it. No, no, I gotta delete it, Caitlin. You know. Come on, you've been here for so long. Pantheon says before you go break, Casey, please fill my cage feed dish. Come on, man. Come on. That's asking a little too much. Einstein says, Casey, we're spring compressing for another move. I think so. I think you're right, Einstein. Keto says Casey let Pantheon take over during break. If Pantheon wants to come on and talk, he's always welcome. I don't ever want him to feel the pressure to come on and talk. So all he has to do is just say, hey, he would say it. I think if he wanted to come and talk, he'd be like, hey, do you want to meet the big tramp? I'm not checking messages. Hold on, let me make sure. Okay, yeah, I don't have any messages. So he's a big guy. He can do what he wants. He's always welcome. Spray him with water. Yeah, I know, Caitlin. I know, but I don't care. Uh, I don't think that it does, Caitlin. I really think that there's a push by investors to try and get people to become bag holders there. I think that's what that is. If you look, and the reason I say that is because you're not looking at volume and I am. There's nothing in volume in there that suggests that there's money being shifted around. It has entirely to do with the idea that people are trying to create bag holders. So I completely disagree. And I've looked over very heavily this weekend to try and identify if that was the case. But I fully believe that that you don't move. There's no way to move those kind of prices without somebody coming in and trying to pump it so they can dump it. And that's all I see it as. And I'm not gonna cover pump and dumps. Yes, it's related, but it's only related in a way to get us to try and look. And so you're looking, and I'm not. I'm not gonna rubberneck. I'm not gonna look at the crime scene. I'm gonna keep driving forward because all I see is dead bodies of retail investors going over there to do something stupid. That's it. That's all I see. I see dead bodies. I see dead people. And I don't want to, I don't, it makes me angry inside to see dead people. That's it. I see broken retail chasing and getting hurt. And I don't want to cover that. So, all right, I'm gonna head to break, guys. I'm gonna go have me some carnitas. Brandon says Casey has 6 cents. That's what I'm saying. I see dead people. I see a bunch of body bags, and I think that's terrible. Let me put up the note, guys, and then I'm gonna take off for break here. Ooh, I just realized that good old Gazer Beam over here is he's focusing like real hard. I gotta move my message. This is getting cluttered. I'm gonna come back at 11:10. Loss Pro, no. No, I don't. And I would encourage you to don't or not think about margin calls coming at specific times. Because I know where you're going with it, but the problem is that I don't think. I guess what I should rephrase what I'm saying. If a margin call comes in at 2:00 p.m. Loss Pro, it doesn't mean anything. It means absolutely zilch. It means nothing. There will be backdoor deals to avoid margin calls, and it doesn't matter what time the phone calls come in. It will have no bearing whatsoever on price movement at all. So those whole time frames that you're looking at in regards to margin calls, you need to just get rid of them out of your head because they're not going to be good for helping you to determine whether margin call is happening. Because when it does happen, it's going to happen in the after hours or pre-market hours of a day. Everything's going to happen during those periods of time. The big moves will come during those periods, not during the middle of the day. So try to get rid of those numbers out of your head because I know where you're going with it. Alrighty, guys, I'm out. I'll see you guys back at 11:10. What are carnitas? Oh man, Easter Beast. Why did I have to read what you? Oh, man, come on. I made pork carnitas. Let me share with you. This may not look tasty. I feel like I need to become a better photographer because I don't feel like I take very good. I'd like to be better at taking pictures. But let's see here. These are the pork carnitas. Oops, hold on a second. These are the pork carnitas and lime cilantro rice that I made this weekend. I'm salivating just thinking about it. It was so yummy, guys. Pork carnitas. It's look it up. Google. It's your friend. It's good stuff though. Alrighty, guys. See you in a bit.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Let's see what we got going on here. I think it's time to retire good old Gazer Meme Gary. I think he's done looking for market manipulation. He doesn't see anything anymore. So thanks for your time, good old Gazer Meme Gary. Take care now. Yeah, just go back to wherever you came from. Let's see what we got here. Vince says that was a long shit. Yeah, no, that wasn't what that was. Let me go ahead and log into my broker, and we'll take a look at the numbers here real quick, guys. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you might want to set it up on your account. It may help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want to be in there. I would also recommend that you guys take a picture, a screenshot of your accounts every day going forward, and just maybe put the file name as whatever the date is, and just store those in a folder someplace, just for your own record keeping and your own personal peace of mind. But I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts until after you see the big tramp come back up on the page. We finally had rain this week. Yesterday I think it was, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful to finally have some rain roll through here. All right, starting with off exchange. I don't really have numbers by this time of the day. I just would expect to see somewhere around 64% would be a normal day for off exchange. So let's go ahead and give that a refresh and see where we're at now. Total amount of volume through the off exchange is 46.59, and the EDGX is 14.81 for a grand combined total of 61.4% of our volume going through those two exchanges. I think that the market is. I want to say that our brokers are doing what it is that they're supposed to be doing now. They're actually accumulating and not using price discovery suppression through off exchange, which is good. It's good to see that. According to Ortex, there's been a return of some shares. It went from 1.87 million to 1.12. That drop is going to slightly decrease the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.79%. Cost per hour average is currently at 9.15, cost per hour max at 14.39, and min at 7.26. Shares on loan is currently 131.77 million shares day over day, which was about a 4.44 million increase in shares on loan, and I'm estimating about 1.6 million of that was in short interest. Taking a look at options, highest level of volume is almost going to switch here in just a little bit. It's really close to a tie right now between $30 and $25. But currently it is indeed $30, and an hour ago there was 30.5 thousand contracts. There's now 43.7. On the puts, at a $20 strike price an hour ago, there was 8.6 thousand contracts. There's now 12.8. So a little over about a 3.5 to 1 ratio in call versus puts, and still signaling for a closing price somewhere between $20 and $80 by the end of the day. Although, like I said, in the next hour, we could see the largest amount of calls be reduced down to $25 strike, which would give us a closing price somewhere between 20 and 25 by the end of the day. Taking a look at options or orders filled by Fidelity customers. AMC is number one with 52% buys to 48% sales. GME coming in fifth with 46% buys at 54% sales. SSR is triggered for the day today, and it does appear that they've borrowed some more shares in the last hour to 300,000. Yeah, it looks like 300,000 shares having been borrowed since the last hour. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I may have counted these already. 3.3 to 3.1. I think I counted those already, so hold on a second. Let me recalculate here. Yeah, I did count those. So only 100,000, only 100 additional thousand shares having been borrowed since an hour ago. So we're looking at 2 million shares according to Stonko Tracker having been borrowed for the day. Fees are at 6.5%. We currently have 44.7 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 81,000 contracts that are in the money. 58.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 547 contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.16, Dow Jones is up 0.01, the S&P 500 is down 0.2. We currently have 4,492 advancers to 2,386 decliners. A little bit worse off than it was an hour ago, not as hot. The VIX is up 1.42, suggesting that the market's looking to take a downtrend. VTI is up 0.01, IWD is up 0.2, Tesla is up 3.76, Amazon is down 1.22, Cinemark is up 2.96, Doge is up 1.04, Bitcoin is up 3.05, GME is up 10.71, HYMC is up 1.99, Hood is up 1.88, NCMI is up 5.2, and AMC is up 11.59. Our total amount of inflow versus outflow is $20 million more of inflow. 91.5 million shares having been traded for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. It does look like we're probably going to be a little bit low on my estimate, but let's see what we got going on. We've got oh, I gave you guys the wrong number an hour ago. I did. My math was way off. I just want to apologize for that. An hour ago, I just realized what I did wrong. Just now realized. All right, so let's see here. We've traded for 169 minutes. I think that's really close to the amount of time that I used for some reason I was calculating by that it was 11 o'clock and not 10 o'clock my time. So my bad on that. An hour ago, my prediction or my number was off, and I was saying I think I gave a prediction of pace at around 173 million. It's going to be higher than that now. So we've traded for 169 minutes, which puts us at a 211 million share trade a day for the day today. So that's actually looking a lot better now that I'm actually doing the correct math on this. Nobody caught me. Nobody said anything. For volume prediction for the day today, I said somewhere between 170 to 200 million shares. It's actually looking really strong now. Now that I'm actually using the correct time for the calculation. Man, whew, I haven't done that mistake in a while. So yeah, we're on a much better pace than what I had originally said an hour ago. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.77. Actually, let me go back here for just a second, guys. If I hit this volume prediction today, to go from 170, to go from days where we're trading somewhere between like 30 to 50 million shares in a day, or 20 to 40 million shares in a single day, for me to instantly guess to within, 30 million spread, 170 to 200 million. If we close within that value, I think this should show you guys that you can absolutely predict what a volume day is going to look like in the pre-market. And I hope I hit this number. I really do. I don't know if I'm going to hit it or not, but I really hope I hit this number because I want it to be clear and obvious to you guys how early in the morning you can predict what volume for the day is going to be. Anybody can do this. Anybody. You just have to know what the signal is giving you. at 7 o'clock in the morning, my time, 8 o'clock Eastern. When you see that pokey stick of volume, it tells you everything that you need to know. Everything. It's so crucially vital. Knowing what volume is going to do for the day. Let that sink in for a minute and just realize that our entire stock is manipulated by volume. How much power that gives you as an investor to know what the volume is going to look like before the day even happens. That's power. That is massive power. That's huge. On the weekly, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.93, which is above average on the RSI. On the daily, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 81.71, which is signaling overbought. On the hourly, there is more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 69.94, which is above average and almost signaling it's coming out of dipping out of overbought since like the middle of the day Friday. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.01, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 46.11, which is slightly below average. Our last few minutes of volume were 1 million shares a minute. 1.1 and 1 million. The minute before that was 790. The minute before that was 505. We did break out of the ascending parallel channel a little bit earlier than what I had suggested. I thought that maybe it might break out kind of around 11:34. Looks like the actual minute it broke out would have been 11:24. So I was about 10 minutes behind or 10 minutes ahead of time. It does look like we might be trading in a descending parallel channel now. Maybe. It's hard to say. Let me just check it out and see. Usually when you go from an ascending to a descending parallel channel, there might be something more to see here. It does kind of look like a little bit of a head and shoulders. Do you guys remember exploding kittens? Raise your hand. I'm going to actually go over to the page so I can see what it is you guys are writing now. Raise your hand if you know what exploding kittens are. Remember exploding kittens? You only hear those kind of terms around here. Anybody remember exploding kittens? No? No exploding kittens? A lot of times in our play, they come right before a head and shoulders. So this is a really jacked up head and shoulders here. It's not very well pronounced. But I mean it pretty much looks like a head and shoulders to me. This looks like, I mean it's kind of messed up. It's got this like it's got some extra features in here that don't look like they should be here. But I think that's it right there. And so price should run down. Typically speaking, normally on a head and shoulders type pattern like this, you might run down to like the level of support that you had just prior to the kitten ears. Maybe sometimes a little bit lower. So we could see a price drop to maybe 24.30. But it may have dropped enough already when it went down to about 24.69. I'm not worried about it, professional. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know if I'm too keen on this just quite yet on this descending parallel channel, but Let me see if I can figure this out. Hold on one second. I don't know. Maybe it is. I'm gonna see a run back up here again in a little bit. That's where I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna leave out just the tip. Put it right about like that. Keto's asking Casey, any update on the kitchen sink? Have they used any of it? I did some math for some people this weekend because I kind of wanted to show some stuff, and I've shown this to you guys. Sorry for like completely blinding you here, but bear with me for just a second as I show this. I should have warned you. I apologize. But essentially, what I have here is I have security lending volume and on loan return shares. And if you were to pull this report for a certain period of time, it can show you the difference and then the sum of the total amount of shares. Since the beginning of this year, there's been about it's 873 million shares that have been loaned and not returned. If we do it over the last 2 years, so basically since 2021 to current, I believe it was no, last 3 years, 2020 to current, it was 2.816 billion. But I'm in regards to returning of shares, I don't see massive amounts of return of shares. So as far as the kitchen sink goes, it's still out there. In my opinion, it's still out there. No kitchen sink yet. Danny says we've all been in this play for too long. If you don't know by now who the real ones are and who the fake ones are, then I don't know what to tell you. uh, you know, you know what you know. There's a lot of people who are just becoming, perhaps new apes right now, and they don't know, and it happens. Yucca Free said, Casey, is this the front of the MOASS or the back of the big tramp? It depends on what you want to. I don't know how you want to look at it. Jeff Jaspy says, son just sent me some info on institutions just bought a bunch of $140 calls. I bet you they did. Brian says, time to take the big tramp to Johnsonville. Yeah, let me open up the options real quick here again and just take a look at something real fast. Let me pull up. I should have. Yeah, here we go. So the yearlies. I'm going to pull this up on the page so you guys can see this. So these are the yearly options. for that expire in January. Oops, that's not them. Hold on a second. Here they are down here. Yep. We got 12.6 thousand contracts that were opened at 145. 5.6 thousand contracts opened up at 140. 2,000 contracts opened up at 135. This we've I know what's happening here. I see what's happening. If you don't understand what's happening here, um, there's a couple different things that's happening. One, you're seeing implied volatility being kind of trying to price out retail to make it very difficult for retail to make money in these options when price does start to run. But like I've said on many occasions, we don't have to cause a gamma. The market will do that on its own. So part of this is trying to price people out. The other part of this is that's probably going to make some institutions some really big money in the future. So uh, 2 weeks, Kathy. You know it's coming. You know it's coming. You've been around here long enough to know. I know. So Tim says drink, drink, drink. But what I would say is this. I feel like I need to start telling people, like, anytime you ask, what kind of time frame we're looking at, like, you got to take a drink. It's gonna be the new thing around here. If you don't take a drink, if you don't do a shot, then you're not part of the cool club. Just saying. Easter Beast says, I've told 3 people about this play, one being my best friend. I was laughed at. It's M4. My sister laughed too. Anyone having trouble with their fidelity orders being canceled? It's going to happen. I'll tell you a little funny story, Easter Beast. I was telling people at my workplace about AMC and originally the big thing that was pushing way back then was Dogecoin, which is part of the reason why I kind of watched Dogecoin a little bit. But Dogecoin was really heavily pushed right before AMC started taking off, and when Dogecoin started crashing, I started telling guys, it's a pump and dump. You better watch out. And nobody, some people, I don't know that anybody really listened to me, but some people did get out of their positions, and others just kind of hung on because they really felt like it was going to go up much, much higher. But after the people or the individuals who got out of their positions on Dogecoin, I told them, I said, like, guys, your next play is AMC, and they kind of laughed at me. They kind of laughed at me a little bit. I think maybe a few of them some may have bought in, maybe small, very small portions. And then very shortly thereafter, I left my job because AMC was running up in price. Because I knew it was coming on the May 25th. I knew it was what was about to happen, and there were people that were laughing at me, man. There were people that were laughing, and it is what it is. It's going to happen, and some of those people who were laughing, were the same people who came back later and said things like, "I told you it was going to happen." It's really funny how that works out. You tell them, and the next thing you know, they turn around and say that they told you it was going to happen. Meanwhile, you're the one holding the position, and they jumped in late. Uh, Keygen says the people who believed in Bitcoin were laughed at as well. Yeah, Tesla. There's probably people who were laughed at. I know I was laughed at for Facebook too. A lot of people laughed at me and mocked me for Facebook, and legit, it did take 2 years. It took 2 years before I, made a very decent recovery on it. So it took much longer than I anticipated, but it still ended up being very, very profitable. AMC Panda says Fidelity's not letting me do options. Are you on level? Or do you have level 2 access? I mean, like, do you normally do options? I don't know. I don't know what your position is, so I don't know. It used to be, and I would think that that's still the case, that you have to go through an application process to get access. Level 1 covered calls. I don't know. That's kind of weird. I don't know what to tell you. I would call them. That's what I would say. I would call them up and make sure you don't take the first answer you hear. Get to the bottom. Ask to speak to a supervisor. If you don't like the answer you get, ask to speak to a supervisor. You know what, Danny? My wife does too, but she's still invested in it. Cassius says Michael Burry was laughed at. Yeah, yep. Good points. Very good points. Björk, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Okay, other people are saying the options that they'll let you do options through Option Active Trader Pro, so you might want to check that out. AMC Panda, I'm not sitting in front of your terminal. I can't really tell you. It's going to be much easier for you to contact your broker to find out what the hang up is. John said covered calls are dangerous. You can get your shares called away. Yeah, I wouldn't be betting on your shares that you own. That's definitely that would be very, very dangerous. The last thing you want to do is incentivize the market to do something to make you lose your position. I am not an options expert, by the way. I think, hold on a second, let me just read this real quick here. Why is my phone going off? What the heck? So are you buying or selling covered calls would be the question. I don't know why you would say buying covered calls, though. It's kind of a weird thing to say. If you're selling covered calls, you're asking for pain. Keto says BlackRock applied for permission to turn off buy bottom the last 5 minutes of trading where volume is high. I saw that video. Several people linked me to that video, and I had problems. Like I legit even had his video pulled up, and I had problems trying to find those same same Fintel or SEC filings, I should say. And I'm not saying they don't exist, but I do believe that that's a possibility to be able to apply for those. I don't know what the conditions are though. BioLife Hemp is throwing out a little suggestion right there. Yeah, AMC Panda, it sounds to me like you're asking for a lot of heartache. Obviously, it's your choice, it's your money. But it sounds to me like you're asking for a lot. What I want you to consider, AMC Panda, is what could happen if price moves in the aftermarket and pre-market hours when you're unable to buy. So, because I can almost guarantee you that doing stupid stuff like that's going to get you in trouble because you're not expecting or thinking about what they can do when you're not able to make trades. Sure, you might be able to buy back in on a dip in the hundreds when you get a fraction of the shares of what you had originally. Well, Nasir, I actually have changed my. I mean, if I think things have changed a little bit, Nasir. I've always been saying for a long time since November that options were not the way to go. It's changed now. But be smart about what it is you're doing. And I don't think I personally don't think that options are great for me because um, I don't have any spare cash to just throw around. But even if I did, I'd want to have lots and lots of money available because I would never want to be in a margin account. And I certainly wouldn't be putting up my shares as collateral. Because all you're doing basically at that point is incentivizing the market to do something to take them away. JG says VIX has been dropping for 2 months. Big bounce coming. Market's going to go red for a while. Let's take a look at the VIX for a little bit here. It's up 3.69%. It's been in a channel. I've got this downwards channel here. It's been going down since 613. And it's been bouncing down this descending parallel channel here. When this does break out, wait for it to break 35. It's the same number I've always said. We're waiting for this to break 35, and when it does, all hell's going to break loose in the market. Yeah. I'm gonna yeah. Avoid margin accounts at all cost. Yeah, that's kind of what I was suggesting as well, John. Leaps would be good. Quarterlies might be all right, depending on how far out you're going. But yeah, that's probably where you're gonna, if anybody was gonna find a call option that's gonna even be worth looking at, it will likely be um, very far out, right? Like, because the IV is probably really pricing most everybody out of the options market, if I had to guess. They don't just like passing out free money. Sorry, Tano, but it doesn't matter what you're saying. I gotta silence it. The Big Tramp says it won't take much for the VIX to run to 35. Well, we'll see. Casey, I just tweeted an interview with Adam Aaron with Yahoo Finance. Came out an hour ago. Should we watch it? Is it worth watching? Is it something we need to see? Perfect, Cassius. Way to be vigilant on your account. It's awesome. Yeah, not a problem, Tano. ABC says I converted my account to a cash account 6 months ago. I think you're gonna really appreciate the fact that you did that. Jeez. Come on, Sammy boy. Yo, have not. I have not heard the theory, but I don't doubt it because it wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. That's for sure. Carlos, I don't. I don't have any. I don't have any clue, man. I'm sorry. Drone, sorry, but this is an AMC only channel. We do not talk about other stocks here. Does look like we appear to have broken out of the descending parallel channel. That was, let's see, approximately at 12:33. I had my box set for 12:39, so I was off by 6 minutes this time instead of 10 minutes. But again, these are just suggestive boxes as to where I might see a breakout. I guess we're going to have to kind of watch and see where this is going here. It's obviously getting a bunch of consolidation on these parallel channels. We had an ascending parallel channel followed by a descending parallel channel followed by an ascending parallel channel. And if you know what that is, that's a George W. So we got a little bit of a W going on here. Ascending, descending, ascending. It didn't quite make it back up yet because it looks like it's on an ascending parallel channel going back up, but we'll have to. I need to let the data kind of play out a little bit, see if that's really going to be the case or not. It would need to price up to probably test the 2656 level. And right now we're currently at 2544 with 96 million in volume. Fear of God. I don't. In my description box, I have some. I have a link to someplace understanding order types. I did a write up about 8 months ago because somebody had requested the DD for it. I would highly check that out. I recommend that. I'm not gonna tell people what I recommend. I'm just gonna tell people what they do. I think it would be irresponsible for me to tell people how to spend their money or how to buy and sell. I think it's just better for me to inform people and help them to understand how their orders can be placed and what kind of impact that has on them. So highly recommend checking that out. That's a link to a Reddit post that I made again 8 months ago. So it's been out there for a while. Hayden says, we still talk about Melvin. Yeah, have you heard about Melvin Capital? Sammy, that's all right, man. It happens. I know. It's it's sometimes it's easy to forget. Tom says, Casey, it looks like there's a gap at 22.75 that needs to be filled. Thoughts? Let me see. What'd you say? 22.75? I mean, all right. Hesitantly, I'm going to say no right off the bat because I feel like it's already been filled before. But I mean, it depends on how far back are we looking, right? So has it been so long that we haven't had a fill at that price level before? And I would say, we've had a price fill back there. It's just been, since March. Um, mm, I mean, I see what you're saying, and I can also say that a synthetic price failure would take us down to at least 22.14. I'm probably going to stick to that and just say that, I think that price could come down at any time to 22.14 and before we'd see a potential turnaround point. But I don't necessarily feel like it has to fill the gap. I feel like the gap's already been filled. We've been filling the gaps ever since $72, I feel like. And that's just going to be my opinion. I don't think either of us are right or wrong on this. It's where you have big price movements, Kathy, that have not been filled or tested with price movement within a large span of where price may have moved through. So, I mean, and you can probably look up gap fill, I would imagine, on Investopedia. Let's see here. That's one of my favorite places to find gap trading. You can look up playing the gap. Let's see here. So I'll just post this up for you as a link, just so you can kind of read on it and understand what it's about. And that might help you a little bit. But it's just wherever you see price like leaping through a certain area and there's been no found support or resistance through those areas of where price was moving through quickly, and so price usually will come back and fill those gaps where price had moved up quickly through that price area. John says, watch your searches on filling gaps. Dang, John. JG says, what if price starts running all the way to 3,000 August 22nd hit and I have 1 million sitting in Ape? That sounds like a shitty deal. Shitty walk. What are your thoughts? Congratulations. I mean, if you, I don't see there any, I don't see that as a problem. I see that you got doubling of your money. You just doubled your shares, right? And maybe your money gets split, right? So the money gets split between the two. But the fact of the matter is that there's still going to be, I believe, applied pressure on movement, depending on whether or not people have sold during that period of time. But I would say congratulations on your newly owned shares in a different stock. It doesn't sound like a shitty deal at all. In fact, it sounds like the perfect plan. And in regards to you not having to buy back in and having ownership of AMC through Ape, so that you could exit your position on one side and still manage to maintain or retain another position within the company. Einstein said, yeah, I pulled them up on the screen and looked at them a little bit ago. Yeah, I see him. I saw him. But Donkey Kong says it got him pumped. So let me check it out. I'm gonna check it on Twitter. Hopefully you linked me to it, or maybe you sent it to me in a message. Do me a favor, Donkey Kong, and send it to. Well, maybe I have you on. Do me a favor and send it to me in a message if you wouldn't mind. I try not to search people on my computer because it takes away from the people that I have searched in the past. And I like to keep some of the ones that I've searched for in the past, like right at the very top, like Adam Aaron and Michael Burry's archive, and just other specific people that I have in there. So if you wouldn't mind sending that to me in a link in a DM, I'd appreciate it. Remtac going for the novelty Chan Chan comment of go to dead. Man, I miss Chan Chan. I really like Chan Chan coming in every day and giving us his moral support. Dr. Zena says, I'm guessing that the brokers and short hedge funds are right now trying to figure out what to do. I imagine there's been some heavy meetings over this weekend. Yeah, well, I'm gonna watch it here, Danny, as soon as Donkey Kong sends me the DM. All right, here we go. It's like a 9-minute interview, guys. Let's watch. It's time to do the numbers. Let's do the numbers first, and then we'll watch the interview right after. I would suggest it was probably going to be 3 to 4 touch resistant before breaking quite often. All right, let's do the numbers, guys, and then we'll take a look at that video, that 9-minute video from Adam Aaron. It was Chan Chan that did the go to dead or whatever. And it was pretty sure. I have it, Donkey Kong. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, here we go, guys. Let's do the numbers because it is time to do the numbers, and I need to stick to the hour, on the hour. I want to remain constant if I can. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you're writing, so if you have something specifically you want to say to me, wait till you see the big tramp back up on the page again. Alrighty, let's take a look at what's going on. Off exchange. This is extremely telling right here, guys. The fact that off exchange is as low as it has been tells me that our brokers have decided to start playing the game right. It's mass. This is what Adam Aaron has done has essentially caused brokers to need to accumulate, and so they're not hiding price discovery through off exchange as seen by the numbers. Right now, we've got 47.03 through the off exchange and 14.6 through EDGX, which is a grand total of 61.63% of our volume going through those two exchanges. On a normal day, for like the last 2 weeks, we've been seeing like anywhere from like 68 to 75% of our volume going through there. We're under 64, which is what I consider to be kind of the average number. We're at 61.63 right now. That's really, really low. This is good. This is a good sign. It tells me that our brokers are going out there and they're accumulating shares right now. They're forcing shares to go through the lit market. This is good. Super, super good. We want this. This is exactly what we want. Let's take a look at Ortex data. 1.12 million shares having been borrowed, and as of an hour ago, it's 1.26 million shares now. That'll just have a very small effect, if none, to raising the short share interest of the free float, which is currently at 18.8%. Cost to borrow average is at 9.14, max at 14.39, min is at 7.26, shares on loan 131.77 million shares that are on loan. 4.44 of those, or that's an increase by 4.44 million day over day, and about 1.6 of those million was short interest by my estimation. Taking a look at options. Our highest strike price an hour ago for call options was at a $30 strike price, and I mentioned to you guys that there was a possibility we might see $25 beat it out by this hour. Not the case anymore. Not the case anymore. We had 43.7 thousand contracts an hour ago on the 30s. We now have 51,000 contracts at a $30 strike price. At a $20 strike price, the highest amount of put volume, for the puts, I should say. An hour ago, we had 12.8 thousand contracts. We now have 14.3. So 4-to-1. Not quite. Not quite a 4-to-1 ratio, but getting close. But yeah, market's still kind of signaling for closing price somewhere between $20 and $30, which is a big spread. I know it doesn't really help you guys out very much. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is number one with 52% buys to 48% sales. GME is currently in sixth with 45% buys to 55% sales. How many of y'all are happy to see that we're back up there in the number one spot? I know I am. SSR, I'd like to see our buy-sell ratio a little bit higher, but I think that'll probably improve. Well, I think that'll improve. Maybe we get into the $30, $40 range. SSR trigger price is at $19.96, which is on right now, but it triggered from last Friday. Shares available to borrow has only been. Let me see if I refresh this. I did. Okay, so no new change on available shares to borrow in the last hour. Our fees are at 6.5%. We currently have 44.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 81,000 contracts that are in the money. 58.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 547,000 contracts. No. 547, not thousand, just 547 that are in the money. It's so easy to just get in a habit of saying the same thing over and over and over, and your mouth doesn't want to change what it's saying. NASDAQ is up 0.02, Dow Jones is up 0.09, the S&P 500 is down 0.03. We currently have 4,353 advancers to 2,538 decliners. Not as hot as it was an hour ago, or a couple hours ago. VIX is up 2.13. VTI is up 0.18. IWD is up 0.26. Tesla's up 3.56. Amazon is down 0.92. Cinemark is up 3.47. Doge is up 1.47. Bitcoin is up 3.32. GME is up 10.59, HYMC is up 1.13, Hood is up 3.13, NCMI is up 4.62, and AMC is up 15.79%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have more inflow volume or more inflow money coming in by $20 million. Volume for the day today so far is at 99.15 million shares traded for the day today. Let's take a look and see what kind of pace we're on. We've traded for 216 minutes, putting us on pace for 179 million shares traded for the day today. That's getting really close to my bottom side. But if we see volume pick up in the later half of the day today, which sometimes does happen, not always, but if we do see it start to pick up a little bit, we could see that number, my prediction of 170 to 200 million shares traded, be pretty close to accurate. I probably should have gone on the underside a little bit because normally I say we need 1 million shares traded by 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, and we had like just slightly under. It was like 963,000, if I recall correctly, which means I probably should have gone 160, 190, but whatever. If I miss by a little bit, I'm okay. I hate missing high though. I should have been. I was excited. I was excited. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.71, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 82.43, which is signaling overbought. On an hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 71.8, signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.87, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.51, signaling just basically about average on RSI. And with that, let's see if we can figure out where we're going here. Now that I've got just a little bit more data in, let's see if we're on an ascending parallel channel. I do think we are. This should break out going down when it does, which it may do like right now. But we are touching on a level of support here at 2540. We're at 2545, so we'll see if it bounces off that. But it does appear like we may be in an ascending parallel channel. So we've had one ascending parallel channel, one descending parallel channel, and now another ascending parallel channel. This might bounce off of this, and my hopes is continue to rise all the way up to this level of resistance up at 2656. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. This is a bearish indicator and should break out going down. Holy moly. Thick is taking reverse repo predictions. Yeesh. Let's see. Hold on a second. I gotta write something. I gotta clear up some room on my desk here. I'm gonna write something on my notes and then my phone. I'm gonna put them on my phone. Hold on a second. All right. I made a bunch of room on my desk for writing. So now I can start guessing reverse repo. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me pull up reverse repo for previous. That's not it. Let's see here. $2.194 was previous. It does look like we're still kind of trending up, but we kind of did it like a small reset. 2.191, 2.194. After Friday, though, what would it do after Friday? What if they need like crap tons? What was this value? 2.285. I'm going with 2.285. If it decreases today, though, we may actually be seeing a turning around, though. Danny says, Casey, clean up your crap on your own time. Danny, the sad part about it is, and I laugh like a crazy person. Do my crazy laugh. I laugh like a crazy person because I don't have my own time. I don't have any time to my own right now. Doesn't feel like it anymore. But yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to look at the video. Let's check out that video. BioLife's Hemp saying, Casey, look under Ape News in Discord. Just posted something. Hold on a second. No kidding. CFM notifications Monday, August 2022, 1338. Subject matter 0161 Susquehanna Financial Group LLP NSCC margin alert. Deficit? Damn, that's a big, huge number. 48 billion? What the heck? Dude. Whoa. That's a lot. I don't know if that's real or not, but holy crap. Let me just show it to you guys. Can I copy this? I should be able to copy this. I don't know if this is real. CFM notifications at dtcc.com. Monday, 8th August 2022, 1338. It says 0161 Susquehanna Financial Group LLP, NSCC margin alert. It says the deficit. I know it's really hard to tell, but that's a dollar sign. It says 48 billion, 30,167,253 and 55 cents. I don't know. It's a good question, man. That is a good question. That's pretty crazy, though. Myself says the DTC is going to waive it. I don't know. I mean, we're gonna have to get some confirmation on that. I'm not sure. I mean, it does show that you're getting alerts from the what was that from the it was an alert from the NSCC, right? So I'm not sure how you signed up for those alerts. But that's pretty cool if it is. Yucca says, looks sus. Susquehanna. I don't know if you were setting me up for that joke or not, Yucca, but I took it. I went with it, man. It looks Susquehanna. Dad jokes. I don't know if that's a margin call or not. It's only 13:16 Eastern now. Do note that it said 0000, I think was the time. Let me go back to it. Hold on a second. 000. Yeah, it's saying UTC. So I'm not sure where UTC is in time frame, but 1338. I'm sure UTC is probably. I'm sure that's probably already happened. Thick says repo is 2.195, previous 2.194. That's so close. Yeah. Janice says Susquanna is so sus. I find so much humor in that. I probably find way more humor in that than I should. All right, we gotta watch this video with Adam Aaron. Dan, that's one of the things that I've been saying, earlier. Somebody had mentioned, margin calls at 2, and I said, getting that time thing out of your head is crucial, because just because a margin call is made doesn't mean that it's effective immediately. There's probably going to be some negotiations and potential backdoor deals and whatnot. For example, let me just kind of give you an idea. This is like your bank calling you up and you haven't made a house payment that you needed to make, right? Your bank calls you up and says like, "Hey, dude, bro, what's the deal?" Right? Hopefully they say that to you, but I doubt they do. Mr. So and so, Mr. Dan, you haven't made a payment in a couple months here. What's going on? Are you having problems? Actually, probably just sent you a letter in the mail. They probably didn't even bother to call you. This is probably this is now the people who call you are the collections department, and they're like, yeah, you're late on your payments. You suck. And you're like, yeah, I know. I lost my job. Things aren't going well. My dog died. Uh, it's not my fault. It's the Millennium Falcon. and and then you say, and then you, okay, well, what can you give us? Can you give us something in return? Can you make some kind of payment on this right now so that we can not take you to collections? And at which point, Susquanna would be like, yeah, sure, let's do that. Let's work something out here and see if we can't come out to some kind of agreement. Because ultimately, they don't want them to fail. They're on the hook. My dog ate it. Yeah. I broke my mug. Yeah, all those kinds of reasons. So just because a margin call happens doesn't necessarily mean it's over right when that happens. So let's take a look at the video. I haven't verified that yet or not, StockWiz, so let's not jump to conclusions yet. Not just yet. Let's wait for multiple sources to come out with it. Let's see if we can get some verification elsewhere. Jack says it's in the mail. That's actually probably what Susquanna is probably saying. They probably did say something very similar, like I sent that to you. Didn't you you had to Danny says, Casey, what happens is you don't agree with terms of service. Is that a real question, or are you making a joke? I'm not sure. All right, let's take a look at the video. I keep delaying. Hold on, let me find it. Holy moly, that made that really big. How do I fix this? That's not going to work. There we go. Let me try not to blast you guys out here.
Adam, you mentioned earlier that there are people who wish the company harm, and certainly there are a lot of sort of critics out there. But there's also, I think, maybe some deserved skepticism out there. I mean, they might not wish the company harm, but they have questions about, this quiet little movie theater chain that has done sort of some creative things, so to speak. And you're a very traditional business guy, right? You've been in this world for quite a long time. So sort of how do you view that skepticism or address?
Wait, did she just call him old? You've been in this world for a really long time. What did she just literally call Adam Aaron old? Oh, poor Adam Aaron. He's over there. Look at that face on him. He's just sitting there going like, yeah, I know. Thanks. Thanks for that compliment. What is in the background? I can't tell. Those look like airplanes on Those look like airplanes. Sorry, I noticed background stuff a lot.
That's that skepticism.
Well, look, there's a difference between people who are skeptical.
They are airplanes. He's got airplanes in the background over here. That's pretty cool. Did he? I wonder if he worked for an airline industry at some point.
And people who wish us ill. There are securities analysts whose livelihoods depend on being accurate in forecasting stock prices, who've called for our share price to fall to a penny or $1 or $2. They don't want to see our stock go up. At last count, there were 100 million short shares out there. I don't think they want to see our stock price go up. Now, that's different from people who are just skeptical. But what I say to the skeptics, people who don't necessarily have an economic interest in our doing poorly, is people have been underestimating AMC and underestimating movie theaters for years and years and years. You know, back in 2018, not to do ancient history on it, but like it was the conventional wisdom that theaters were an anachronism and people are all going to watch movies on.
Do you guys realize the reverse, like what he just did right there with his, not to go way back in time, and he says 2018. Adam, you make me laugh, man. You make me laugh. Way to come back to that response that she said. That's awesome, dude. I love those subtle comments.
On their couches, and they were going to watch on their TVs, on their tablets, on their small telephones. Well, if the pandemic taught us anything, imprisoned, literally imprisoned in our houses and apartments for the better part of a year without being able to go out or see friends, people do want to get out of the house. They do want to go out. They do want to do things. They do want to be with friends. And going to a movie theater, you know, it's a cheap date. You can get a movie theater ticket in much of this country for $10 to $15 a piece for 2 to 3 hours of really high quality entertainment. And so we just think the conventional wisdom is often wrong. And, you know, it was just 6 months ago, people were again hollering to the heavens that streaming was the future of the world. Those people weren't expecting Top Gun Maverick to do $1.3 billion of ticket sales in movie theaters. They weren't expecting to see Jurassic World Dominion do closing in on between $500 million and $1 billion of ticket sales. Theaters have a bright future because people want to go out to theaters.
Adam,
that's my answer to the skeptics.
All of that said,
people go to theaters forever and ever.
All of that said, a lot fewer people are going to the theaters than they used to, right? And it's also less of a cheap date than it used to be, and that's why you guys did well last quarter, because ticket prices have gone up, but volume is still not there. I think you guys sold 43.5 million tickets in the second quarter in the U.S., but that compares to almost 72 million tickets sold in the second quarter if you go back to 2019. Do you think we'll ever get back to those volume numbers that we saw pre-pandemic?
Well, guess what? In the first 2 weeks of July, that's pretty recent, we were running 15% ahead of where we were running in July of 2019. So look, we did have a pandemic. People stopped going to theaters. It's been a glide path back up to full recovery. If you look at our ticket sales in the second quarter of this year, it was more than 2.5 times what it was in the second quarter of last year. It's building back. When do we cross the line? When do we hit pre-pandemic levels? Probably, well, I never want to say certainly. So I'd like it to be 2023. I would probably think it can't be later than 2024. But as you said, at the same time that we're building our volumes back, we've also raised prices. We've also streamlined our costs. And one other magical little gift from the heavens, we have a very high margin food and beverage business. And people have been spending at record numbers at the concession stands at our theaters. Our concession revenues are up basically by a third. Our concession revenues per patron are up basically by a third over the were in pre-pandemic levels. So there's the ability for AMC to be nicely profitable in all this. But I do believe, and the numbers bear me out, we had a nice healthy attendance pre-pandemic. It went to zero. It's been building back ever since, and it's continuing to grow.
Adam, I was a former stock analyst for about 12 years. You get on these conference calls, you fall asleep, you publish a research report the next day, and you keep it moving. So I continue to marvel how you do things differently with these earnings calls, speaking directly to your retail investors. What made you do this? And is something still very wrong on Wall Street and investing? Because I don't see anybody else, by and large, adopting what you have adopted.
Well, we decided to do it because retail shareholders bought control of our company. Most companies are 80% owned by institutions. Our company, starting in March and April and May of 2021, became 80% owned by individuals. And I think the reason companies do these earnings calls, these quarterly earnings calls, is so that they can talk to their investors. And they had to do that through securities analysts. Well, when I learned, much to my amazement, that 10,000 people were listening to our earnings call via webcast, 10,000 people. Back in the good old days when we were institutionally owned, we didn't have 100 people on our calls. Well, all of a sudden we had 10,000 people on our calls. So it made sense to talk directly to our shareholders in a forum where they were listening. And then the other thing that happened, you said, Brian, that you were a securities analyst. One of the things that's quite amusing is the questions we're getting from our retail shareholders are better than the questions we were getting from analysts. Because the questions we were getting from analysts were really to help them build their models. It was, well, can you tell me what depreciation versus...
Yeah, nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares.
Upside down, backwards and forwards on May 9th, as if it's a big thing. What our retail shareholders are asking us on these calls is about our strategy and our innovation and the trends that we see and where are we taking the company. Those are the important questions that we as the management team need to know the answers to and that we need to share with our investors.
Adam, lastly, while we have you here, I just went to an AMC, watched Nope opening weekend, and one thing I remember about the experience is there was really only one employee that I interacted with throughout that entire experience, from the time I purchased the ticket to seeing and then leaving and thinking about the movie even more so after that. And so with all of this in mind, when you think about the number of people that work within an AMC who might be calling into those earnings calls as well as shareholders, what do you look at when you think about the headcount right now that's necessary to run what is a much more digital-focused experience that AMC has right now?
Well, we even though you only saw one person, I hope that person was smiling and was nice to
They
you.
were.
That's good. That's good. Look, we still have 25,000 employees in the United States alone for our 600-ish theaters, and but. It is true, we've automated. And one of the reasons we've automated is because our wages have gone up by about 30% since 2019. Now, our wages going up 30% is not something I'm unhappy about. Our company hires a lot of people for a first job, fresh out of high school, fresh out of college. They stay with us 6 months to a year, and then they move on to something else in their career. They need to eat. They need to earn a living. I'm glad that we're paying higher wages to our people. But when you're paying higher wages to people, that does put a stress on your cost structure. And so if we can automate some things, that helps offset the rising wages to the people who are working for us.
Adam Aron, it's been a pleasure to have this conversation with you, and thanks so much for taking the time with myself, Julie, and Saz here today. Adam Aron, AMC CEO.
My pleasure.
That's pretty good.
Adam, you mentioned earlier.
For those of you guys who can't see the price right now, we're at $25.62. It doesn't look like we've it doesn't look like a real strong breakout. It does. I mean, we did fall out of the ascending parallel channel and kind of touch down on 2540 before bouncing back up a little bit here. I think we just kind of have consolidation going on right now. Taking a look at the volume per minute, it looks like they've got us down to about they're working us down. So there was a minute in here where we had volume as low as 49,000 shares a minute, and 60,000 is kind of that number that I've maintained for a while. That is the magic number for controlling price. Once they get that volume to that level, they can usually drop price or manage to control price much easier. Somebody had mentioned earlier, StockWiz, I think, came in. You had a question while the video was playing. I'm going to scroll back up to see if I can find it. You said, Casey, I have a question about earlier today. I was out working, so we ran up fast and got halted again, like that time 34 range. Remember when the algo cooled off? So scared this will disturb our move up. And I wouldn't really look at market halts as being a bad thing. They are put in place. I'm going to be asking questions as to why we halted when we did this morning, because as far as I can tell, according to the rules, we shouldn't have had a halt when we did. So I'm going to have to try to get to the bottom of that and find out why that was the case. It was literally the first 5 minutes that were recorded for the day that caused that market halt. It does put a little a dampening on market movement, which is what it's designed to do. But you know, it's not something I'm scared of. It changes nothing. ABC says nothing wrong with this consolidation. I'm okay with it too. Cassius says calm before the storm, soon we rip faces off. dang Cassius. My thoughts on that bathrobe. It looked like you could snuggle up to it right after a nice shower. It was a pretty nice look. It was a nice looking suit. It looked a little extra fluffy. Duncan says, was it not up 20% from closing price? It's not. It's determined based off of the previous 5 minutes, Duncan. It's not determined on closing price from the. No, it was based off the first 5 minutes though, because we halted at 36 after, so it was the first 5 minutes of trading. If you add up the first 5 minutes, I've actually got it on the page here because we were tracking it. The first 5 minutes of trading this morning was 10.71. Now, normally a market halt would be at 10%. However, we were in the first 15 minutes of trading, and according to the rules that I've looked up in the past, market halts are not supposed to occur until 20 minutes for the first 15 minutes of trading. So we have 20% that we should be able to move without any kind of penalty of a market halt. So I'm gonna have to contact somebody and find out. There is cumulative percentages in a given 5 minute time span, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to dive into it and probably kind of tear this one up a little bit and figure out what happened. Maybe throw some questions out there. Actually, Caitlin, the off exchange was not being heavily utilized today. I think we're getting a gamma, Yucca. Are any news outlets covering this? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Thick Lake. Duncan says it seems like nobody wants to loan shares or nobody wants to take any new short interest on. Caitlin says Casey Shaw off exchange was used heavy for the stock. Oh, okay. Well, it wasn't heavily being used for AMC. I can tell you that. It was extremely light usage. So what it does appear like we've got going on right now, guys, is we have consolidation. It looks like there might be a level of support, perhaps maybe right around like 25.75, and a level of resistance at 25.75, and a level of support. How am I saying backwards? And a level of support at 25.40, perhaps. Somewhere thereabouts. It might be 25.35, but somewhere in there. And it does look to me like we're consolidating out down here a little bit. I'm going to actually draw a new pattern. We should see a breakout pretty soon. Which direction? Is difficult to say. But let's see if we can figure it out. So we have falling volume, rising price, which is a bearish trend, and we also have a this trend channel here is pointing towards the top of the wedge. Those are both in agreement of price falling downwards out of this wedge. So we might see price drop a little bit here. I would suggest that we might fall back down to maybe like the 24.90 range out of this. It could, yeah, that's probably about right. It's very difficult to know though, guys. I can't say for certainty that it's going to break out going down, but it does kind of appear that way. Carlos, it's not financial advice, but I would not recommend lending shares or being on a margin account at this point. I don't think it would be. It's not something that I would do. Yucca Free said, "Hi guys, I'm new to this channel." Brian said, "I'm gonna name my daughter Suck Squeeze Bang Blow." Please don't. Please don't. That's so messed up. That's so messed up. Let me see here. Let's see if Adam Aaron's tweeted anything out. Oh, but Donkey Kong, thanks again for the link to the interview. Appreciate that. Also, I don't recall if I said it or not, but the guy talking in the morning of this morning's video that I played, entitled "Remember Why You Started." That Mick sent that to me. and I appreciate him sending that to me because it was something that just kind of like stood out. You guys will hear it at the end of the day today, but I'm thinking about playing it every single day, maybe at least at the end of the day every day, so that people can hear it on the way out. But I don't know. I think it's really, really important for every single one of us to remember why we're here. Chris says Father of the Year. Pebbles, right now our RSI is super, super hot on a lot of the. Oh, look at this. It might actually break up. We're super hot on RSI right now, so I think we need a little bit of consolidation. Danny, with what Adam Aaron has done, I don't think so. He's kind of changed the game here on us. And I said Mick, just so you guys know, Casey's broken mug is Mick. I didn't want to call him Casey's broken mug. Mick, you want to know how I have to remember your name? Because I think I've called you Mitch on a couple occasions. I have to remember your name by thinking of Mick Dundee from, shoot, why can't I think of what that was called? I can't think of the name of the movie now. That's bad. Crocodile Dundee, that was it. Crocodile Dundee. I said it before you guys typed it in. Promise. You guys gotta remember there's a 15 to 25 second delay, so I beat you. Didn't he pass away though? I think he passed away if I'm not mistaken. Paul something or other. I can't remember his last name. How do you know because I see live when you guys type it in. But my what I'm doing and what you see is delayed by 15. And the reason I know that there's a 15 to 25 second delay is because I've timed it on several occasions. That's why I know that there's a range. Usually once it gets beyond 25 second delay, that's when the show shuts down. So if you ever see the live, we're getting a lot of consolidation. We're getting a lot of activity here. I bet the Bollinger Bands are starting to whiten up. Nope, not yet. Oh, excuse me. If you ever see the show get buffering, if the buffering lasts for up to 30 seconds, then it's probably going to shut down. Casey's Broken Mug says, it's okay, Casey. I've been known to go on walkabouts in Mick's backyard before for a day or two. I just want to like pull you on right now, like just like school me on how to speak Australian. Yeah, Brian Carpenter says Paul Hogan's he's passed away. Why does dead sound so like so terrible? I have a hard time saying dead. I don't know why. Dr. Zeno says, okay, don't get mad at me, but the market can do halts however they want. I've seen it time and time again. I'm gonna be making inquiries though, Dr. Zeno, because I want to know the answer. Was Hulk Hogan the green one? Let me see. The volume started to spike here a little bit. We didn't get price improvement. It did spike to about as high as 367,000 shares a minute before falling back down again. Sir Bika says, crikey, crikey, crikey. I started doing a tongue twirl in there. There's no tongue twirls. Crikey. I'm making up my own. I'm speaking in Scottish like I'm Australian. Crikey. Rem Taco, how's it going, man? Yucca Frida says memes are starting to run as well. Jabib says dead seems rude. Yeah, I feel like it. Yeah, it's like when you say somebody's dead, it just feels like it just feels so. It feels rude. It's like disrespectful. Like I don't know. Like I could never say. I mean, I'm gonna say it, but in normal conversation without giving an example, I could never say something like Paul Hogan's dead. I just couldn't say that. I would have to say Paul Hogan passed away. Like it just doesn't feel right to say dead. NC Proud Dad shouting out the 105 million shares having been traded so far. We have price is currently at 25.50, and we got about 12 minutes before we take a look at the last numbers. Thick Lake says the walking passed away doesn't roll off the tongue as well as dead. This is true, but it's not specifically targeting one individual. Like it's okay to say those people are dead. There's a bunch of dead Jewish people somewhere. That doesn't feel. I know that sounds. Oh, that sounds really bad. That sounds really bad. But but it's like when you say when you specifically point out a specific person, unless you really don't care for that person, like Hitler's dead. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh yeah, we like Hitler's dead. Nobody's gonna bat an eye at that one. But yeah, oh man, man, I'm gonna get in so much trouble. I think I may have recovered ever so slight with the whole Hitler comment. Trying to dig my way out of a hole. Pretty sure there was a body. And if there wasn't, then you've just given me a Mandela effect because I remember reading about it in a book before. Janet, that sounds so much worse. How about if you just say they're worm food? Oh my gosh, that's so terrible. Well, for those of you guys who are new to this channel, welcome to where we just talk about whatever the hell we want to talk about and AMC and ADD, where where we get way off track sometimes. Just because we're not ripping or dropping in price. They're not, so instead of the walking, they're no longer with us. Walking, they're no longer with us. I love Thick. I love the fact that you said Thick. I think it was Thick Late that said that the Walking Pass. I'm gonna have to tell my wife that one. We're big fans of The Walking Dead, and I can't wait to tell her how like we need to rename the show to The Walking Passed Away. Caitlin Nelson said, I can never say the bank name. I want to say it Deschutes. The bank can be sued by investors because of their secret ties to Epstein. So I guess the Clintons admin can also be sued because they had Epstein at White House many times on business, but was a secret. What the heck? Alan says, "Are we the Walking Dead?" No. Man, we are getting some like major uh indecision on which way this is going. Like this wants to break out up, but it seems like there's a lot of pressure being applied to try and keep this down. I mean, there's some serious heavy candle wicks on these candles here. It wants to break out up. It's like I gotta go this way, and then it gets beat down again. Every time it tries to break through. Wasted America says, Casey, you sound like a velociraptor. We. Price check for the listeners 25.49, 25.51, with 105 million shares having been traded. The consolidation is looking good. I don't mind consolidate. Okay, here we go. It's really trying to break here. It might get the downwards push that it's been seeking. Dang, that is crazy. Hey, as long as it generates more volume, we're at 100 and then 136,000 shares. I want to see shares per minute staying above 60,000, which is good. Come on. Like as soon as you said it, Caitlin, like literally another person that there's no way that as soon as you said it, another person came in and said it. That was a name that we've never I'm a F-tard said it. Like legit, like that can't be a real account. Say hi if you're real. There's just no way. This is why I'm saying, Caitlin, stop. Just stop already. Like I'm gonna have to give you like a silence or something because it's like you just can't stop. Don't bring that in here. We don't need it. Oh my gosh, I'm a real. What the heck? I'm a F. Okay, so welcome to the channel. Where we don't talk about other stocks here besides AMC, unless it's related to AMC. If it's something related to AMC, then I'm okay with it. And if you want information, if there's specific information that you want to see, like if you wanted to know what the short interest was on something specific, and you're not trying to have an agenda about getting me to look at a certain stock, then I don't mind providing the information for you. I'm a F knows what's up. I don't believe that to be true, Caitlin. You tell me what their volume is. You tell me what their volume is, and then come back and tell me that's what's happening. Because I don't believe it. Don't worry about it, Ima. It's okay. It happens. You didn't know. There's only 2 rules here. Nancy says, "I'm glad I found your channel. You're my favorite YouTube channel now." Is it because we have creative names like I'm an F over here? Nancy. Thick says, "Sometimes, Casey, you gotta hit him with the old 1, 2, 3 eyes on me." What is that? What is that? Man, this thing is really having a hard time just moving in any particular. This is very, very close. I mean, this is not exactly barcoding, but it is very, very close to it. And it really every time it tries to break one direction, it immediately gets stopped. Yeah, I'm a F. Welcome. I like the name. I legit like the name. I can't say it all the time. I'm just gonna probably call you I'm a F. Or maybe I just call you I'm a tard. I'll probably, because that's okay. I think it's okay to say tard. Me and my friends used to call each other tards all the time when we were kids. But you know what that's short for? And the only reason that we said tard is because, I don't know, because I guess maybe we were actually trying to be non-offensive back in the day, maybe. I don't know. Unfortunately, Tard, I apologize that you had to subscribe, but it is to keep out bots. If you don't want to subscribe, don't feel like you have to subscribe. Well, you have to chat, but uh, that I'm just trying to keep out the bad people. James says, let's do a trampoline. All right, James of Arizona. How big you want your tramp? Big. James of Arizona says big. He wants a big tramp. All right, let's get a big tramp in here. What's your legacy? If there was, I could just see getting interviewed in the future, somebody asking me about my legacy. If you could define your legacy of your YouTube channel, what would your legacy be based on? And I'd be like, a big tramp. No, nobody else would understand. Nobody else would get that it was humor, except for us. Nobody understands the fact that this is supposed to be a stop sign. If you've been here long enough to know this was supposed to be a stop sign, this is not a big tramp. Hold on a second. That is not big. Hold on. Hold on. I forgot I was drawing big. We're gonna need we're gonna need a much bigger tramp. Poor I'm a tard over there is going like that's supposed to be a stop sign. Like you just don't know. You just don't know. Don't worry. I mean the story is and I know I mean look I grew up with my dad working at the Pentagon when I was a kid and so I know what a Pentagon looks like and I know what the difference is between a Pentagon and an octagon. I know how many sides and difference there is and but for some reason I wish I was better. I wish I was better at drawing, but I'm just not. It's a fact of life. I will just not probably end up being as good as everybody else at drawing, but I can play music. So I have talents in other areas. So I just wasn't blessed with drawing abilities, and it happens. Here comes our volume spikes here. We've got the highest one was 372,000 shares for that minute. I don't know what it is, guys. Just can't draw. Probably not, Jules. Probably not. I don't think that's what's holding us back at all. I mean, it would help. It would help if it was better, but I truly and honestly don't think that's what's holding us back. Danny, you have no idea. All right, so the breakout came out a little bit later than expected. Let's see, I had the breakout for 1354. It actually broke out at around 1403, so 9-minute difference, not too bad. It did break out going down. It did break out on high volume. And the reason I drew the tramp where I drew it was part of the reason was I don't want to see it go below this before the end of the day. Below this would end up being somewhere in like the $23, $24 range. But I specifically have got a price point of about $24.50 that I want to see us bounce off of, if possible. I'd love to see this kind of come in here and bounce off of a $24.50 range and then head up for the rest of the day. Maybe even close out the day somewhere between 25 and 26 would be great. Although my price prediction would not be hit if that were the case, as I did predict 27.10 to 30.10 by the end of the day. It is time to take a look at our numbers. Yeah, I know there's something up with 2 p.m. Yo, I know. Do you know how long we would be here for, NC Proud Dad? If I started drawing what it is you're suggesting, and we'd probably be here till the end. I'd be drawing the whole day long. Raw Meat says just picked up 2,000 shares on a rumor that all AMC properties to be turned into private prisons. That's funny. What do you think would bring more volume tomorrow and Wednesday? Doesn't Adam Aaron usually come from the left field with another surprise after earnings? I don't know about that, Jules, but what I would say is that what he brought this last earnings report, I think, is going to cause institutions to want to accumulate a lot of shares. They're going to need the shares that they have, all the shares they can get their hands on between now and the 19th. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. I'm gonna go to the other screen, guys. I've read everything that you guys have put in there, but I'm not specifically talking about each one of them. But give me just 1 second while I log into my broker. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you may want to consider it. as it could help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want in there. Give me just a second. Almost done. All right, taking a look at off exchange. An hour ago it was 47.03 and 14.6 on the EDGX. Let's take a look at the new values. Currently showing 48.02 through the off exchange and 14.36, giving us a grand total of 62.38% of our total volume going through those two exchanges. A normal day is about 64%, and usually by the last hour, like in an hour from now when I read the last time the numbers, by that time to the end of the day, that usually drops by about 2%. So we're probably going to finish, based off the estimates that I'm seeing right now, we're likely going to finish probably somewhere really close to maybe 2 or 3% lower than an average normal day, which tells me that there's being a lot of trades being pushed through the lit market that aren't normally done, aren't normally traded there. An hour ago, there was 1.26 million shares having been borrowed according to Ortex. That number is now 482,000 shares. That lowering of that value is going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float to 18.74. Cost of our average is at 9.21, max is 14.39, and minimum is at 7.26. Total amount of shares that were borrowed over the last over Friday was 4.44 million, putting our shares on loan at 131.77 million. And 1.6 million of that was likely, or I'm estimating, to be short interest. So about a little more than a quarter of it. Taking a look at the options. Right now the calls are currently showing a $30 strike price. An hour ago there was 51,000 contracts, and right now there's 58.2. On the puts at a $20 strike price, an hour ago there was 14.3 thousand contracts. There's now 15.7. Almost 4 times the amount of call volume versus put volume, and still signaling for a closing price somewhere between 20 and 30, which is not a very, it's a pretty wide margin right there. Oops. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently in first. We have a 51% buy to 49% sell ratio. GME is currently in 7th with 45% buys and 55% sales. SSR is triggered for the day-to-day. I'm going to be really interested in seeing what our short exempt volume is due to that. 19.96 would be the value that we would need to hit in order for SSR to be tripped again. Shares available to borrow has only gone up in the last hour. Oh, wait. Nope, they did borrow another 100,000. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, they did borrow some more shares that I had not seen until just now. Let's see, that's another 100,000 shares, putting us at 2.1 million shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day. And 10,000 shares having been returned. Actually, you know what? I did count that. Never mind. I take that back. Only 2 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day. Looks like they did return 10,000 shares out of the ETFs. Expect these numbers to continue to go up, guys, as they close more short interest, or perhaps do forced lending recalls. Fees are at 6.5% still. 44.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 81,000 contracts that are in the money. 58.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 547 in the money contracts. NASDAQ is down 0.15. Dow Jones is up 0.19. S&P 500 is down 0.1, sorry. I don't know why I said 10. 4,398 advancers to 2,539 decliners. The market is advancing over declining. VIX is up 1.84. BTI is up 0.09. IWD is up 0.36. Tesla's up 2.16. Amazon is down 1.35. Cinemark is up 4.36. Doge is up 1.3. Bitcoin is up 3.11. GME is up 8%. HYMC is up 3.47. Hood is up 2.5. NCMI is up 6.36, and AMC is up 13.17% for the day today. We currently have $16 million more in inflow than outflow, with 108 million shares having been traded so far. Let's see what kind of pace we're on. We've traded for 282 minutes, putting us on pace for about 150 million shares traded by the end of the day today, which is going to be lower than my estimate. My original estimate this morning was 170 to 200 million shares traded. We'll see how that pans out towards the end of the day. I may have to start making some adjustments. It's been over a year since I've seen these kind of volume numbers. Well, I shouldn't say that. It hasn't been more than a year, but well, yeah. It probably really has been more than a year since we've seen this kind of pre-market volume. So I may have to make some slight adjustments on volume predictions, but it's still not bad. But I am over, and I don't like being over. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.05, which is above average. On the daily, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 81.91, which is signaling overbought. On an hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 68.13, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 60.33, which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.76, which is just slightly below average. Looks like this daily wedge here that we're on right now, which would be probably a good sign of consolidation for the most part for the day today, probably has us pushing out of this wedge somewhere near this point right in here. We do have let's get a trend channel on this and see which way it might break out. It does appear from the trend channel that we would break out going down. We do have falling volume and rising price, or at least it appears to be rising. No, it's falling price. Falling volume, falling price, that's bullish. So we have the two different indicators here are suggesting different things. One is suggesting a breakout going up, one's suggesting a breakout going down, so kind of mixed reviews. Hard to say which way this one's going to go for certainty. Okay, I can see what you guys are writing again here. Mitch says, forget going broke. There's still a RICO investigation going on. There is that. There is. And if I'm not mistaken, Mitch, correct me if I'm wrong, but the success rate on RICO, RICO, what are they called? When they charge somebody with RICO with a RICO charge, is really high. If I remember correctly. Like it's not very often that they lose on RICO charges. Monty, volume and price remaining high is all we need to see in order to stay in the blow. So there is no we don't have to see like day over day volume increasing. We just need to see consistently high volume and not like like the minute that we come back the next day and it's like, if you go from 100 and I don't know, well, what did we do Friday? We did 125 on Friday. If we were to come and let's say we did let's say we do 140 today. If we come back on Wednesday or Tuesday rather, and volume's at like 60, 70, then we're out of the blow. It's not always constantly being roaster guy. It's not always constantly being pushed off exchange. But we would. The answer to your question is that when volume is traded through the off exchange, it is difficult to see price improvement, and that's actually why you're seeing. I mean, we're up 12%, 13% right now, and a lot of volume is making it through the lit market, as seen by our low number. We only have normally we've been seeing upwards of 67, 68% of our volume going through the off exchange, whereas today we're down. Sorry, let me rephrase that. We're used to seeing about 58% going through the off exchange, and then today, what are we sitting at? Today we're averaging like 48, so we're like 10% lower than normal through the off exchange, which is part of the reason why we're seeing price improvement. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head to break. I will be back at 2 o'clock for the power hour. Yeah, Captain Awesome says 69 to 73. That's just everything all together, right? I'm just counting just the off exchange, right? Like normally 68, 69% would be the off exchange portion of it, right? Javi the Great says the burritos are coming. The burritos are coming. I don't even know what that means, Javi, but it sounds good. All right, I'm heading off to break here, guys. I'll see you back at 2 o'clock for the power hour.
Love Upbeat? Why not upgrade to premium for just $6.99 a month? Get unlimited downloads, access premium tracks, whitelist your YouTube channel, and boost your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Did I give it away, or was it persuasion? You all in my space, I owe it. I don't care what you say, I'm loving it this way. I'm hoping that you stay, I owe it. It's only you. Was it persuasion? It's only you. It's only you. I love you. I'm loving you. It's only you. And it's only you.
Child. Listen, I done had enough. Just keep getting these lemons sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah, I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip. Just keep getting these lemons. It should be a crime. What you gonna find is I don't quit. I'ma show out now. I'm the life is giving lemons every second and hour. I think I used to be sweeter, but now I'm feeling too sour. I used to feel on top and now I'm losing my power. Now I just do it, get a check and get a meal and devour. I ran out of juice to don't want 'em no more. No, I don't want 'em no lemons. No lemons. No, I don't want 'em no more. No, I don't want 'em no lemons. No lemons. Sour all the time. I pucker my lips, yeah. I might get stepping on pills now. I don't slip, just keep getting these lemons. It should be a crime. What you gonna find is I don't quit. I'ma show out now. I'm done. Keep getting these lemons. Sour all the time. Pucker my lips, yeah. I might get stepping on pills, yeah. I don't slip. Lemons.
Alto.
Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Iced tea chillin', sit back and recline. Keep bad vibes on your side of the line. Don't call my phone, yeah, I'm doing fine. Look at the time, run with the lime. What you got? I don't need, I don't want it. What I got? You know me, I'm a fronted. Who you got? Ain't no me, they don't got it. La 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 la, la la la. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Get it and go. You wanna come to my show? Sit in the front of the row. I'ma just have to say no. Attitude is stinking, yeah, you might need detergent. I'ma have to break it to you, baby. You ain't
Perfect.
what you got. I don't need, I don't want it. What I got, you know me, I'm a fronted. Who you got? Ain't no me, they don't got it. La 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 la. Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Don't act funny, you need my money. Don't come back, go keep that dummy. What you got, don't need that honey. Keep that dummy, keep that
Dummy.
Make this a possibility.
Some nights I don't know why I can't lift myself off the floor. It's so damn bad, I feel I'm sinking. So many times I've tried to give you something more, yeah, but it's too late to go down wishing. You saw the worst of me, and I'm the one to blame. It's so damn bad, I feel I'm sinking. There's nothing left of me now, just a shell remains. It's too late to go down wishing. Just a shell of a man, that's all I am. Living on memories, take what I can. Feelings gone in my soul, it left me long ago. Now I'm just a shell of a man, and that's all I am. I could write a book that's filled with all my past mistakes, and I bet you'd laugh if you could read it. I'm the one they come to now for advice on how to break, and it cuts me down but they don't see it. Some nights I lie awake, I can't fight the sense of shame. That's why there's nothing left of me. There's nothing left of me now, just a shell remains. That's why just a shell remains. Just a shell of a man, that's all I am. Living on memories, take what I can. Feelings gone in my soul, it left me long ago. Now I'm just a shell of a man, and that's all I am. That's all I am. There's nothing left of me now. That's all I am. Just a shell remains. That's all I am. There's nothing left of me now. That's all I am. Just a shell remains.
Hi folks, Johnny Boyle here. It's a privilege to see the brilliant content you're creating with my music. If you're enjoying Upbeat, why not go premium? I guarantee you won't look back.
Smell her on your skin, the bitter taste of her perfume. If my heart was yours to win, you don't deserve it, boy, you lose. We're in the jungle, and while we're out here, you are playing by my rules. 'Cause everyone knows fighting me's a battle you don't wanna lose. Your skin, the bitter taste of her perfume. If my heart was yours to win, you don't deserve it, boy, you lose. We're in the jungle, and while we're out here, you are playing by my rules. 'Cause everyone knows fighting me's a battle you don't wanna lose.
All right, guys, I'm back. You know what time it is? It's the Power Hour. Power Hour. So let's do a toast here. When I don't really have something in specific that I want to toast to, I like to use BioLife's hemp toast that he wrote. It's a nice little cool toast. It says, a toast, here's to you, here's to me. Best of apes we will always be, but just in case we disagree, I will say it for thee. F you hedgies. Cheers. We always do a toast for the Power Hour, guys, for those of you who are new and watching today. Power Hour is the hour I like to toast. I drink. We renamed it. It's actually called a Brave Bull, but we renamed it to the Adventurous Ape. It's 2 shots of tequila, 1 shot of Kahlua. I know I said I wouldn't drink during MOASS. We're not there yet, guys. We're not there. Not yet. We're getting close. We're not there yet. That is yummy. Cassius, cheers back to you. All right. You want to invite Dude Man Diaries? Let me give you an invite to that Discord. Hold on a second. There you go. That should be a Discord invite, right? Curtis says they're parking orders. We'll check it out. It's time to take a look at our numbers. Man, that trampoline hit right where I was thinking at 24. Went down to 2381. Let's record this real quick here, guys, because 2750 should have been our top. Synthetic price failure should begin at 2214. Yeah, 2214. Let's see here. And let me just make sure I got the right top in. Yeah, 2750 is correct. So we did not hit a synthetic price failure, as that would have been down to 2214, which is quite a ways away from where we're at currently. We're still up a pretty good chunk for the day today, so not too bad. Hope we can get a little bounce out of this here. This trampoline needs new springs. Let's check out these numbers, guys. See what's going on here. Don't be surprised if you don't see a big change in off exchange going into this hour here with this drop like this. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to get it. It could help protect your account and keeping somebody out that you don't want in. If something fraudulent were to happen on your account, you could always tell your broker, I had two-factor authentication set up. Not your fault. Taking a look at off exchange, 48.02 was an hour ago and 14.36 for the CBOE EDGX. It is now currently 48.61 and 14.29 for a grand total of 62.9. That is an increase, I believe, in volume. Not a whole lot, about 0.5%, I think, from what it was earlier. So there is an increase in off-exchange volume there, but not as much as I would have expected. Somebody says that they're parking orders. That's a very good likelihood that might be the case. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was a borrow of 482,000 shares. That is now 529, so it increased. Not enough to really make a substantial difference in the estimated current short share interest of the free float at 18.75%. Cost of borrow average is at 9.21, cost of borrow max at 14.39, and min is at 7.26. Shares on loan is at 131.77, which was down 4.44 million shares on Friday. 1.6 of that 4.44 was, I'm estimating, to be short interest. Taking a look at the options. An hour ago, at a $30 strike price, there was 58.2 thousand contracts. There's now 66.8. And on the puts, at a $20 strike price, an hour ago there was 15.7 thousand contracts. There's now 17.6. A little over a 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, and the market's still signaling for a closing price somewhere between 20 and 30. Give me 1 second. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently second with a 51% buy to 49% sell ratio. GME is in seventh with a 45% buy to 55% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $19.96. Shares available to borrow doesn't appear to have changed since an hour ago. In fact, it looks like they returned 100,000 shares. Fees are at 6.5%. Currently, we have 61.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 64.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 58.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 688 shares that are or contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.26, Dow Jones is up 0.08, and S&P 500 is down 0.2. We currently have 4,348 advancers to 2,591 decliners. The VIX is up 3.36, VTI is down 0.01, IWD is up 0.23, Tesla is up 1.12, Amazon is down 1.46, Cinemark is up 3.13, Doge is up 1.5, Bitcoin is up 3.19, GME is up 7.85, HYMC is up 1.28, Hood is up 2.26, NCMI is up 6.36, and AMC is up 7.85, exactly the same amount as GME is. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, $12 million more in inflow than outflow, 118.12 or 72 million shares having been traded with only 50 minutes left to go. We are on pace for 135.8 million shares traded for the day today. Looks to me like I've got some adjusting to do for my volume predictions because I said somewhere between 170 and 200. Looks to me like we're probably 1 million in the mornings are going to get us about 150 million. I should be guessing around 150 million or maybe 145 million shares for the day. So I probably will adjust my my numbers just a tad to reflect that. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.45, which is above average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 80.38, which is showing signs of being overbought, signaling overbought. On the hour, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 59.09, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 50.93, which is right down the middle. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.04 and dropping. So short-term indicators are starting to show that we're getting close to being oversold, and long-term indicators are saying overbought, which is very kind of interesting. So I did set up a kind of a wedge that was set for the day that I suspected would break out right around like somewhere between 1445 and 1505. The breakout was about 1440, so I was off by about, well, let's see how many minutes I was off by. Let's see, 10 minutes. And the trampoline does not really seem to be supporting a big bounce off of it right now. Normally they try to avoid my trampolines like crazy. Myself says synthetic tramp failure. Benjamin says hearing the ice on the glass makes me want one. It is a good sound. Doing well as a futures trader and sucked into the stock. Smack my head. I hate myself. Well, I'll tell you what, Rami. This is unlike any other play that you've ever been involved in. This is something completely different. It's a buy and hold play. I would highly encourage you to go and check out the history behind what's happened over the last year and a half, year and 8 months now, I guess. Really, it's been a long process. It's been a very long process, and I think a lot of us you'll find are a part of this play for different reasons. But I'm going to tell you my 5 reasons why I'm here. I wanted to be a part of a movement to fix the market, to fix a broken system. And it all started with 2 shares of GME. And the reason that I wanted to do that was because I'm tired of watching retail investors, including myself, losing money on their investments and homes due to market fraud. And why for that? Well, we've never had a method by which to counter algorithmic trading of the trading of the institutions until now. We have social media that allows us to be vocal about our investments in real time. And the reason that's good for us is because as humans, we desire community. And I think for me, I've built a lot of friendships along the way. And even though maybe not everybody's here for the same reasons as I am, we've formed this pact of screwing the hedge funds. So I think a lot of us really, really want that, and we're fighting for that. So welcome. Take some time to inform yourself about what it is that you're a part of, because it has been a long process. Humble Ape says, don't spill that drink on the keyboard. Man, you're telling me. That was expensive. That was like that was like 4 AMC shares. At the time, it was more than that, though. Freak Ruck says, Casey, I'm an interactive brokers and they don't support preferred stock like Ape. What will happen? I don't know the answer to that, but I would wait to find out until after you find out when AMC gets the filing for NYSE rights to have or form the Ape stock ticker. So when that happens, I have a feeling that what your broker is saying is going to change. Jim, no thoughts. I don't really think margin calls happen quite like that. T5, single stock trading pause in effect. Trading is halted due to a 10% or more price change in a security within a 5-minute period. H10 halt. SEC trading suspension. Trading is halted by the SEC. So it sounds to me like we got the T10 this morning, or H10. Oh no, T5 would have been the 10%. I mean, it seems like we hit the 10%. So you're saying it was the T5? The only problem is it was the first 15 minutes. The H10. Okay, so the SEC halted this trading. They suspended the trading. All right. All right. All right. Well, it'll be interesting to see what the SEC has to say about that. Then I will be reaching out to them later today. Absolutely, Caitlin. Let me give you moderator status for a minute. Go ahead. Tom, yes, I took a taxi. The big tramp stays parked. No, I don't think. I mean, there is some retail sales going on, JG, but not enough to represent what it's moving down by, though. My guess, if they were gonna, I mean, 20% moves down from the top is typically what they do to try and elicit paper hands. So we're getting really, really close to a synthetic price failure. And this is the kind of stuff that we're going to see along the way, guys, and you got to be ready for this. These 20, 40, 60% drops in a single day are things that you're going to have to get used to. Thank you, Caitlin. Our Yale, they don't have a restriction. I mean, like the 19th is the day. I don't know why people are saying the 10th. There's no 10th limitation. I don't know where this T+2 crap came from. Brokers needing to get the shares as possible for tomorrow. I don't see that as the case. They have up until the 19th. Caitlin, I'm not actually sure. I'm gonna have to go in and figure it out. But I'm gonna be researching that tonight. That's on my list of things to do. I've got halt written down on my table here, so I'm gonna be researching that, and we can talk about it tomorrow. Yeah. So Einstein's saying psychological. They're trying to scare you or normalize this type of movement. So this is gonna start becoming the norm, guys. You're just gonna have to get used to seeing price rip up and rip right back down. This is how they get paper hands. Yeah, they're really pushing it down pretty hard right now. Let me see if there's actually a pattern forming. Volatility is increasing as price is moving down, and volume is starting to pick back up again a little bit. This is on a very aggressive trend down. We should see this breakout going up, I think, here pretty soon. I don't think they can continue to keep this up. So here's the touch. Here's the touch on the Bollinger Band and the return to the simple moving average. Here's the touch on the Bollinger Band and the return to the simple moving average. If it breaks through the simple moving average again, then they should, you should see this start to rise. If not, it'll touch the simple moving average or come close to touching it and then return back to some more downwards pressure. BioLife Hemp is saying short exempt volume tomorrow is going to be crazy high. I'm expecting it to be high. I'm hoping for at least 1 million. That'll give us 2 out of 3 days in a row. Yeah, the Ape stock is definitely putting a lot of pressure on the market. Jim Gould says this. I will consider it ripping when we get into the hundreds. This 20 crap is nothing. Good for you, Jim. Good for you. But I would hope that you treat the hundreds the same way as you treat the 20s. Just lop off a 0 off the end. Hey, Rem Taco, I think Brian says he's coming up with a recipe for hot kach sauce. So, Caitlin, I wanted to develop before we got into MOASS. I wanted to develop a pine coating on TradingView for a signal that would show when halts were coming to kind of alleviate from some of the FUD that halts create or cause. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anybody who would help me with pine coating for that. So if any of you guys know somebody who knows pine coating, or if you know pine coating, please contact me, because I would love to get with you and we can kind of go over the rules together and see if we can't create some kind of indicator that shows where halts are going to occur, or gives like warnings, a TradingView warning as to a halt coming. BioLife Hemp says, let's guess short exempt volume for t-shirt. All right, I'll do it. Why not? For the orange, but what if everybody's not here though? Let's do that for tomorrow. We'll do that for tomorrow, and I'll put it up in the as a poll. Nobody has to actually answer the poll. It'll just be for the contest. Because I know there's some people that might want that orange shirt that's sitting back there behind me. Danny says inverted exploding kitten. Let's see. Maybe. This could be the start of it right here, an inverted exploding kitten. You know what that means? If it explodes, if regular head and shoulder exploding kittens lead to downwards price movement, then you know what the opposite and reverse action to that is. So, and sometimes we do see them go from being a head and shoulder pattern into a reverse head and shoulders, or an inverse, I should say. I'm going to reiterate this one more time, guys. Remember the golden rules that I've got in the description box of the channel. I don't want to see you guys get hurt. And I think it's really, really important for you guys to put yourselves in the best position possible. And I think that those rules are important, so be careful. Myself says I have 3 kids, 2 of them have a shirt. MG Toe says, remember everybody, it's 2 for the price of 1 all week, this week only. Casey's Broken Mug says, Casey, can we add the price of a trampoline to the Hedgies bill? Yeah. I'm tired of them bouncing on my trampolines. But Donkey Kong says, no farting while trading. Yes, this is correct. No farting while trading. David Dixon says Chris Cornell didn't have a shirt until his 30s. Apparently neither does Astro. Has he hit his 30s? I don't think he has. And I'm not jealous, guys. I'm not jealous of not being able to wear a shirt. M Height says take the bottom of the lowest daily to current price attraction from the top, and at the bottom heights looks like a bird peak. I think he meant beak. And the price moves in the opposite direction. Uh-oh. Oh man, I'm gonna have to tell my wife that when she wakes up, BioLife. She's not gonna be happy. Olivia Newton-John, apparently RIP. She's passed. Raw meat. I'm a bloody mess. What's your definition of hurt? I don't know. When did you get in? If it was a long, long time ago, then I could understand. But if it's, I thought you were more recent than that. I'm not going to be looking for a margin call confirmation. I know plenty of other people will be. I want to know more about the halt. Astro spends his money on hair products. I have a hard time believing that, actually. He doesn't really, I don't know. Maybe I need to go back and rewatch some of his more current videos. That was cold, Cassius. That was cold, man. Janice says, send the t-shirt to Jackson Hunter. I think he needs it in his earrings. All right. What the heck is Moob? I don't know what Moob City is. Hold on a second. I gotta look it up. Are those like man boobs? I don't think I want to look it up if that's what it is. I'm not gonna look it up. That seems too risky. I feel like a moob is a man boob. I think I'm gonna avoid looking that one up. So the halt was LULD code trading volatility halt straddle position. Don't know what that means. I'm gonna have to do some investigating, but I will write that down. Like I said, we'll talk about it tomorrow when I do some research on it tonight. Jim says his hair looks like a rat's nest. That's what I was kind of thinking. That's why I laughed a little when somebody said it was on hair products. Yeah. Go right on ahead, Caitlin. You're good. Hey, myself, do I strike you as a hygienic type of person? I'm just kind of curious. Cash is confirmed. It says man boobs are moobs. Fork says Lou has the market on man boobs. Jenna says look it up. What the heck, Jenna? why why are you wishing that on my eyes? I wouldn't want to. MG2, you got to get it past that, man. You got to get past the whole idea that the shares are going to split. It's going to bother you. It's going to keep eating at you, man. You got to get past it. Don't let it eat at you. Thank you, Caitlin. I'm going to look at those later tonight. Thank you very much. Roseanne, please go read what a synthetic price failure is. It's in the description of the channel. A synthetic price failure occurs when they drop the price by 20% or more in a single day or two. And sometimes if it's more than 20%, it could be within a week's period of time. And it's meant to incite fear in order to get people to sell their shares. Yes, they did work for me, Caitlin. Thank you. Janice says the fact that you're not comfortable in your beard makes me think you're very hygienic. Probably not true. Probably not true. But I don't want to ruin your image of me. I am hygienic. I am hygienic, but I mean, I'm not going to be the guy. Well, let me put it to you this way: in the line of work that I did for many years, you work in a clean room, and to me, there's nothing worse than getting into an air shower. And yeah, I know that sounds really weird, an air shower, but you know, line up like 4 or 5 people sometimes into this one room, and then it showers you with air. You've seen it in the movies before. Usually it's just one person, but in these they stack us in there 5 at a time. And there is nothing worse than taking a kind of a lukewarm air shower with people who have body odor. Oh my gosh, it is so bad because it recycles the air that's going in there, and you cannot help but not smell the people that are inside that air shower with you. It is all like there are some aromas that occur in some of those air showers that scar you for life. And so you learn really quickly who you want to get into an air shower with and who you don't. But I'm definitely not, I don't like being one of those people who you don't like getting into an air shower with. But I'm not completely hygienic either, though. So I have my moments. MG Toe says, "Hey Casey, just pointing out the bargain. I don't have the power to change anything moving forward." I hear you, brother. I hear you, man. I know. I feel the pain. Like I legit I understand where it is you're coming from. I see the frustration, but I want to try and give you some encouragement to know that I don't think that it's as bad as you think it may be. I don't know if that helps you at all, but I think it's going to be better off than you think. Oh, so BioLife Hemp, we used to have this guy that I worked with where he would go work out during his break and then he would take a shower afterwards, but he literally came back from working out smelling like he had sprayed Axe. We knew he took a shower because, he would take a towel with him and everything, and we knew he took showers, but he would literally come back smelling like he had bathed in Axe. Like, just legit threw it all, like, I don't know, 100 bottles into a tub and then just sat in it for like 10 minutes. It was terrible. I mean, there is such a thing as going overboard. Buck says, "Did you ever fart in the air shower?" Yes. That is that is definitely something fun to do, especially if you know there's somebody that's going to be getting in there with you that you don't like. Myself says, "What do you mean you have your moments?" I'm not going to go into it. It's none of your business. Cuddy Cut says, "I feel like you would smell like soap." I should. I wish my son was listening to this. I'd ask him. I'd be like, "Hunter, what do I smell like?" I told him to smell my pit the other day. I said, "Is that me? You smell? Is this me? Do I smell bad to you?" He just gave me this look like I'm not smelling. Oh, that's good, MCon. I'm glad you felt better. Rem Taco says beeswax. None of your beeswax. I do not paint my toenails. I'll tell you what, though, myself, I went and had a pedicure. I always get confused which one's which. I think it's a pedicure. I did have, yeah, or no, pedi, oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a pedicure. I went and had a pedicure with my wife a couple times now, and I will say this: they offered to buff. I think it's they do some kind of buffing thing on your toenails, and they came out like super shiny, and like I'm talking about, like, you could I don't know, I'm trying to think. They were like, just, I don't even know how to explain it. They were super shiny, like a bowling ball alley. Like you could just slip right off of it, right? I did not like that at all. I never ever ever want them to buff my toenails again, ever. There was something really annoying about that. I don't even know how quite to explain it, but it just didn't feel right. Yeah, NJ Fish Killer, let's do it. 4 hour Ichimoto, let's take a look. Actually, we'll look at the 1 hour first. Hold on a second, guys. I'm gonna take the big tramp off just long enough so you know that I'm not actually watching what it is you guys are saying. So you hold those thoughts specifically for me. So let's go out to the 1 hour. On the 1 hour on this, we've dropped. I mean, we've been touching this conversion line here for quite a long time, and we're finally starting to drop underneath it, but we haven't hit the baseline. Usually, and this is just my opinion. This is how I would, as a trader, look at this. If you've hit the conversion line more than once, if you've hit the conversion line, come off the conversion line, hit the conversion line a second time, you better get out, because it's probably going to be dropping down to the baseline. You've probably missed on some profits. That's just how I would look at this. Usually, I mean, a really good time is once it hits conversion, comes off conversion above it, you might want to get out. But the next thing you would do is look at a 4 hour. What does a 4 hour look like? So we'll come out to the 4 hour. We'll look at it still above the conversion line and above the baseline. There's nothing wrong with this. This is still a hold pattern on the 4 hour. I don't see anything wrong with this. $23 is going to be well above this. The conversion line currently is at $22, and we're $23.79. So we're still a pretty strong hold here. Oops. I'm going to congratulate early. Who am I congratulating? Not quite Keto. Ah, so close, Keto. I wanted to congratulate Keto. His original price prediction this morning would have gotten him in there, because I'm pretty sure he picked 23.13 to 25.13, and then he changed it to 24.13 to 27.13. He should have gone with his gut instinct, but he was so close. But it's looking like everybody's going to miss price predictions for the day today. Nope, they didn't paint anything on the nails whatsoever, Alan. No paint. They just used this buffing brick thing. They had like different roughnesses on different sides. But they did not paint anything on my nails. It felt like it. It sure felt like they put some kind of something on the nail, but they didn't put anything on there. They scrubbed the hair off your toes. No, they didn't do that. Janice says, whenever people ask you to smell something or taste something, never agree to do it. Volume is at 126.88 with price at 23.87. Apes R Us, it all depends upon how many people paper hand along the way. If people paper hand along the way, then we could go back into the teens. Roseanne, I've actually got a battle song for AMC that I'm writing. I just haven't gotten into a studio to record it yet. Nope, I don't agree, Caitlin. You never told me what the volume was. I completely disagree. If they were on low volume, it had nothing to do with us whatsoever. Called a buff and shine. Once was a manicurist. Yeah, that's what they did. It was definitely a buff and a shine for sure. Trimmer said they lick the hair off your toes. What? It doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that it's related, Caitlin. That has nothing to do with it whatsoever. You need to look at volume, and you need to understand what volume does in regards to those plays. Volume is low, then that means it had nothing to do with us. If volume had been high, then I would agree with you that there's a chance it could have had something to do with this. You have to have high volume to insinuate that some position has something to do with another. If there's no volume, that's just somebody else who's trying to manipulate a stock. That's it. Low volume means no correlation. Funky Pizza Records says, I can do free mixing and mastering on your track just for you, Casey. Love you, bro, master. I appreciate it. I might have to take you up on it. We'll see. Anything to make me sound better, because I can't. The hardest thing for me is if I record this song, having to play it will be like pulling. Like you guys will probably enjoy it, but for me to listen to my own music is painful. It is legit painful. I get compliments all the time. I went on to Reddit one time and I started playing music and I had over 5,000 people listening to me. I don't play bad. I'm not a bad singer. I just hate how I sound and I hate recording myself and I hate it's terrible. I can't stand it. And so for me to have to play the song like over and over and over on this channel would be horrific for me. It would be a nightmare. Janet says my 15-year-old uses my. You should tell him, Janet. Tell him to use the bathroom. Tell him to use the bathroom. It's much better in the bathroom. BC says Rod Stewart said the same thing. You know what? I'm just too critical. I'm too critical of myself, and I just can't stand hearing how crappy it sounds to me. Oh, shoot. I forgot the tramp wasn't up there. Sorry, guys. It's back up. I was looking at some data earlier, and I took it down. Yeah, it went back down, Nikki. We got up to 2750, and it went back down a little bit. We're at 2441 currently. The volume's at 128.27. We are topping the top of the Bollinger Band here with a TD9 being printed, which means we'll probably likely fall back down a little bit. We do have a level of support at 24.23. We'll probably break through that and hit the simple moving average. Waste in America said, get them to put AMC on your fingertips. That's going too far. Nope. That's the one thing they can't hide, Caitlin. You can hide price, but you can't hide volume. And that's one of the reasons why volume is so important to watch. It's one of the it's probably one of the best indicators we can possibly look at on any given security, period, is volume, because they can't hide it. They have to show it. Myself, what I would do is I would check out I would check short exempt volume and see where that's at tonight. And you should see that by no later than 2 hours after close. It might be 3 hours. Shoot, I can't remember when it is. It's like 2 or 3 hours after close. I would check short exempt volume and see where it's at. And if it's super high, then what I would expect for tomorrow is potentially something maybe very similar to what we saw today. Yeah, probably very, very similar. And my guess is that we'll probably see something very similar until they get volume to under, a nice 70 or 80 million shares traded for the day. NJ Fishkiller says, I'll take 10% Green Days up until the 22nd. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Yeah, we're only 8.7% right now, so, close, but Pebbles, there is no 15th or 10th number. Like, I don't know where that keeps coming from. I keep seeing that pop up. That's not a number. The 10th or the 15th are not required dates for completion of anything. If you're going to be looking for a date where they have to have all their shares collected by, it'd be the 18th. Wait, oh, sorry, 19th, I think. Wait, hold on. 19th, sorry, 19th. Oh, Nikki, I hate musicals. I hate them with a passion. All right, I'll see what I can find. I'll see what I can find, but I'm not a huge fan. It's gonna be painful for me to listen to. I'm just not a musical person, but I'll see what I can find. If you buy shares anytime between now and the 19th, you will have ownership of Ape shares on the 22nd. 15th is the date of record. That is correct. Date of record does not mean that you can't pick up shares between the 15th and the 19th, though. Well, look at it like this, War Dog. Fidelity may be saying that, but look at it like this. If the entire float is owned and you purchase shares from somebody on the 15th, whoever had those shares are owed 1 Ape share per share. If they sell their share to you between the 15th and the 19th, that transfer of that share will go to you. They've sold the right to own that share if they don't hold through the 22nd. They've got to continue to hold through the 22nd in order for them to pick up that additional Ape share. Otherwise, that Ape share transfers with the share that they sell to you. Now it will, this is probably why Fidelity's saying this, Fidelity will transfer the share to the original owner, but immediately after that, they will immediately transfer it to the person who now owns the new share. So that would be correct in a roundabout way, but the truth of the matter is that whoever owns the share by the 22nd will own the additional Ape share. We can talk about this some more tomorrow, guys, because we're running real short on time here. We're getting really close to the end of the day. Guys, there is you're not an idiot, GD. I don't know why the heck you would say that. So stick around for the end after the song today, guys, because I'm going to play that secondary part if you haven't heard it yet today. I think you should stick around and hear it. And the reason for that is that it talks about remember why you started. And I think it's really kind of encouraging, and I don't know, maybe it'll give you goosebumps, who knows, but I think it's good to listen to. And it was Mick shared it with me, and I might start playing it every day. But Unfortunately, guys, all good things must come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another trading day. Be ready for it. Don't lose sleep or anything over this now. I want you guys to be nice and healthy and rested. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your family. Spend time with your friends. Go walk a pet, or go see a movie. But above all else, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at ascent.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Last night I had the strangest dream. I sailed away to China in a little rowboat to find you, and you said you had to get your laundry clean. Didn't I meet another girl like you, I will tell her, never want another girl like you. Have to say, oh, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody gonna
Your existence is derived from how you choose to look at the world around you. Your outlook is either creating you or destroying you. At the intersection of what is and what can be, our stories are written. It's where decisions are made and lives are ultimately defined. In which way you go when staring at this fork in the road can mean everything. Maybe you go left, take the easy path, minimal upside, minimal downside, proven and tangible. It gives immediate identity, but also brings with it some degree of regret, not because you won't like who you are, but because you'll never know what you could have been. Maybe you can't live with that. Maybe you go right. Let's say you roll the dice, dream chaser, eyes fixated on the horizon, moving toward it, soon to realize that the world you live in will bring you to your knees faster than you can blink. That uncertainty hurts, that effort without immediate validation is pain, and that the road less traveled is less traveled because of the difficulty associated with it. And now you have a very important question to ask yourself. Do you have what it takes? Can you see the big picture when the sky appears to be falling down around you? When all it takes is to backpedal and be comfortable again, to take the other road, to return to what you knew, can you still move forward? See, it's a funny thing when you're in pain, it becomes very easy to forget why you began. The pragmatic human brain sees discomfort as a problem and it wants it gone immediately. People don't give up because they're cowards. They don't quit because they don't have what it takes. They give up because they can no longer see the big picture. They forgot why they started. When all you see is directly in front of you, you lose the ability to see your finish line. When you're at a crossroad, you have to know this. If you take the hard road, you are betting on the future at the expense of the present. Dreams are a sacrifice. They're not some fluffy concept invented to prop you up after a hard day. Sure, they're the top of the mountain, but they're also the bottom. They're the dirt, the rocks, the scratching, the clawing. They're what people don't see. The chapters that are not read aloud. And when you're in it, when you are truly in it, uncertainty needs to be embraced like it's the wind to your sails. You signed that dotted line for a reason, because you can see past the immediate, the now. Because to get to the top, you start at the ground floor and you elevate past every single level that stands between you and your dream. Now will not intimidate or discourage because you are bigger than right now. You are the pages unwritten. And you did what so few people are willing to do. You didn't look at the pen, you picked it up. Now write. Write a story for the ages.
Rockstra.